think that worked. Did that not work? Let's see.
Gus, I live stream these. Is that an issue for you?
No, not at all.
All right, cool.
But yet still, everybody is just as terrible as they normally are, so don't worry.
Yeah,
nobody
we don't
watches these things. It's just for our
Right.
own edification.
Sure.
Thank God, or else Trey would be kicked off Twitch.
No, I
the first time
honestly
someone
think,
else sees one.
I honestly think like if people knew about it, like we would get a cult following just because we're so incredibly not like PC at all.
Right.
Like we would get the crowd that's like fuck woke. Like that would be us. Like,
The problem is
believe
again,
it.
Twitch would kick you off stream. All right, so Gus, do you have your Gil character sheet pulled up real quick?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, so this is your character sheet. You'll see two main sections on the left: statement and focuses,
Yes.
or drives and skills, and then they have statements and focuses. So each item under skill or drive, like duty, faith, justice, battle, communicate, discipline, has a score associated with it. It's a score from 4 to 8, and so the higher you are, the closer to 8 you are, the better you are at that item. So if you want to switch any skills around, feel free. I think they're all pretty self-explanatory,
Yes.
but that's kind of where they're at, and that's what was there for the soldier. So they break up kind of as so skills are how good you are at a certain thing. So like you're highly trained in battle, you're a good communicator, your skill, you have a high skill and discipline, so you're very disciplined, that sort of thing. Drive is more the why your character is driven to do things. So like you're driven by duty or faith, you seek power or truth, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So when how this game works out is most of the time the game master will just ask the players for like a certain role, like roll me a stealth roll or roll me a combat roll or something.
Yeah.
How this game normally works is that I will tell you what skill I think applies. So like if you're like, I want to move into the room quietly, I will say, okay, well that's a move skill. Then you choose what drive you think your character would be driven by to make that thing, right? So if you're trying to sneak in to steal something, then you might choose truth, like you're trying to find the truth of something. If you're sneaking in because it's part of your job as a soldier, then you might use duty, that sort of stuff. But you get to pick that, and so that's how those work. The focuses are stuff that you're exceptionally good at underneath that skill. So like in battle, you are skilled with a laser gun,
Okay.
as opposed to like a blade or something else, right? So
Yes.
if you just get some bonuses, and like again we can go into it once we actually start playing and we actually end up rolling, but so you get kind of bonuses if you do something that falls within those focuses underneath that skill. So if you're trying to like plan something out and you're using tactics to do it, you're even better at that than just general battle things, right? So
Yeah.
just keep that in mind. And then your statements are kind of like kind of like something that you associate with that drive. So for duty, you have, I never desert my post. So if you're ever on duty and and someone tells you to run away, you may not even do that at all because that would go against your drive type of thing, right?
Right.
So there's that. Assets are on the bottom right. Those are basically items, for lack of a better term. So right now you start off with conscripts, so you have kind of a generic like lower level soldiers you can kind of boss around and tell to do menial things sometimes, right? You have a laser gun, you have a security clearance, so you might have access to places other people's don't, and you have a shield belt, which if you remember in Dune, the giant like Dune from the 80s, the giant squares,
Oh yeah.
they have like personal shields. So the one thing I will note about that you may want to change on this character, and it's up to you, laser guns, when shot against a shield, I don't know if you remember this from the stories, create a nuclear explosion that kills everyone in the area.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so if you go up against somebody who's wearing a shield belt, your laser gun will be completely ineffective.
Right.
or it'll be very effective depending on your choice of how you see the situation going. But
Okay.
so you may want to change your laser gun and your laser gun focus to like a melee weapon if you feel like the desire to do that. You know, I think we have one or two other people who use laser guns in the group.
Okay.
I
No,
do.
we have one. Yes, we have one person who uses laser guns, and I think John uses swords. So we kind
Yeah,
of
of
have
course he
both.
does.
But you're probably safer generally to attack anything with a melee bladed weapon.
Okay.
So that would be my only suggestion. Is you may want to change that, but it's up to you. It bothers me none. The way the game works, you can always, and you'll kind of get an idea feel for it as we play. You can always like use this skill, this resource called momentum. You can always use one to like make a bladed weapon. So like pull a knife from like a kitchen or something else like that.
Yeah.
So you can always grab it. You just won't be as skilled in it. So again,
Okay.
up to you. The last thing I will draw your attention to for now is personality traits up top. So I've given you soldier because that's what it says. You can give yourself 2 more personality traits if you want to, and they're pretty generic. You don't have to do it now, so you can kind of
Right.
play the game and see how you want to play your character if you want. But generally, personality traits are like charming or intimidating or other stuff. And then basically, if your character is in game doing an action that aligns itself with one of those traits, you'll do it better than if you don't have that trait, right? So if you're just a naturally intimidating person and you're trying to intimidate somebody, you'll do it at a +1, whereas somebody who doesn't have that intimidating trait would do it with a +0 type of thing.
Okay.
So just to give you a heads up,
Yeah, that's
but
cool.
we can always circle back around to that. Don't feel like you have to add anything to that right now. That's a general overview.
No, that's great. That was really well done in like 15 minutes. I appreciate that.
Not a problem. It will probably be a little bit, like I said, there'll be a little bit of a learning curve, obviously.
yeah.
But feel free to ask questions, stop us if you want information or anything. And I'll try and walk you through. I will try and guide you to begin with, but if I'm doing it too much, tell me to stop. If you feel like you want more information, then just ask for more information and we'll go from there.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm
we're
pretty easy.
We are as well. So
I would also add this game's kind of abstract in its systems, so there are no stupid questions. And
Okay. Thank you.
when it comes to
I have plenty of them.
determining like what drives and skills and stuff you're going to use, just because a drive says like truth or something, you can find a way to manipulate your character's intentions to fit that drive statement, if that makes any sense. So
Yeah.
it is creative as you want to be with what skills you want to use. Pitch it to Chris, and then he'll tell you if he thinks it works or not.
yeah,
But
if you want to do something, just state, hey, I think Gil would do X, Y, or Z. There's probably a way that he can do it.
Okay.
If not, I'll let you know. So,
All right. That sounds good.
that being said, for everyone else, I already put it on your character sheet, Gil. For everyone else, go ahead and take 10 advancement points. So, the good news is also,
Mute your
Gil,
shit, Aaron.
is this is only our 3rd session.
nice.
So we're all kind
What's
of new to this
what's an
session.
advancement point? I don't even know what that is.
Thank you.
Well, if you weren't listening to your fucking phone, you would have heard what he said.
Bottom left of your character sheet, you got advancement points. I'll let Chris explain how you advance those advancement points.
Yeah, so advancement points can be used to buy basically exactly how you think they are. Can be used to buy basically anything on your character sheet at a differentiating cost. In the book, it's on page 139 as a full list. But you can purchase a skill. You can add a +1 to a skill. Every skill can only have up to +1, but you can +1 to any skill, and that'll cost you, and it can't be higher than 8. So if you're at an 8, you're already maxed out. But that'll cost you 10 advancement points, +1 for each previous skill advance purchase. So everybody will be at 10 for now because no one's bought any skills. There's also costs in there for buying a new focus, a new talent, or making new permanent assets. That being said, kind of the way we're playing assets right now, you may not want to buy them because we're being a little bit more loose with the rules as far as assets go. So I would probably focus on skills, focuses, and talents. You can also, for half the cost, you can switch out skills, focuses, or talents, but you have to give up one, and there's some rules with that. It's on that same page. So take a look at that, see what you want to do.
There's 139.
Say what?
There's 139.
Page 139 in the book, yeah.
So wait,
That's what I was asking.
You said a focus is 10 points too?
A focus is advancement points equal to the number of focuses you already have.
1, 2, 3. So I have 4 focuses.
So it would cost you 4 points to buy a 5th focus. But you can only put focuses on skills that you have rated 6 or higher. Just FYI.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to add Imperial politics to my understand,
Okay.
which would give me Imperial politics, black market politics, and smuggling.
Okay. So yes, you can do that. That, and with this also, since we all used everyone has used their determination point, I am going to start being a little bit more conscious and strict about how we use the drive system, because challenging a drive is the only way you can get determination points back. And so how that works is basically when you have a drive statement, you can't use that drive unless the act you're doing is in alignment with that statement. If it's not, then what I will do is I will challenge you on that drive statement, and there's a couple options that can happen then, and we can walk through it if it happens. But basically, having your drive statement challenged is not necessarily a bad thing. It's the way that you kind of it's a way you get determination points back, and also it's a way that you can either change your drive statements or you get to reaffirm your drive statement, one or the other. So yeah, just giving you a heads up. We might be like that might be a little bit different than how we've been playing it for the last couple sessions, but we'll just jump into it.
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
So since we have 10 advancement points, technically we could get 2 focuses, correct? Because it'd be the first one would be 4, and then the next one would be 5.
Yes, you could
Okay.
you could use as many advancement points as you want to do that. So
Okay. I was just curious.
Can we save these for like mid scene, or do we need to declare that before we go into a scene?
I'm going to be pretty lenient about when you buy them.
Okay.
I don't really care. So
Cool.
earning the advancement points, you have them, so you can use them however you want.
I'll say real quick, Gus, if you want to, we're gonna watch together for like ambient music and stuff. It's in a pinned tab on the Dune
No, the one in
section.
the pin tab doesn't work. Use the one from
Oh, does it not?
422.
Yeah. You want to use that
from
one.
422.
Yeah.
But also like to caveat Trey's "there's no dumb question" statement
Yeah.
with unless it's Aaron or John who's talking.
Hey,
I'm just
first off, just don't fall asleep, Gus, and you're already way ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not me.
Although you do get style points if you make a chick wait for an Uber outside so you can get on your game. That
Yeah, out in the rain.
It wasn't raining.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick bio break before we get started, and then we can hop into it.
Okay,
Alright.
cool.
All right.
Does anybody remember what page all the focuses were on? I see talents, but I'm trying to remember where the
Well,
fuck
focuses are pretty much you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, but they under the focuses they have specific things.
Well, no, those were
each thing.
those were just
You're thinking of-
examples. Those are just
you're thinking of
examples. You can
statements.
come up with any kind of focus that you want, as long as it's something
Really?
that pertains to what your character, like you see your character doing often. You can make your focus whatever you want it to be. Those are just examples.
Well, they were good examples. Because I
So-
can't remember the ones from Move.
What-
Let's see if I can find it.
I mean, I guess there's no, you can't like. I don't know what I'm thinking.
about what a great
Focuses are
weekend
on
you
page
had.
119 in the core rulebook. I think it's broken down by your skills.
So you just step forward focuses, but it doesn't say. Maybe I didn't go far enough down. Maybe that's why. Assets, finishing trade,
see.
touches. Talents. Did he say you could buy talents?
I think as long as it's on that, was that 139?
Yeah. So talents is.
In the PDF, it's 148.
Can you buy talents?
You
That's
may
what I'm looking
purchase an
at.
additional talent from those available to you. This cost advancement point equals to 3 times the number of talents you already have. That's what it says.
So,
So
a
to
talent
buy
would
one
cost
would be
9
9.
points.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Having a talent might be better than a focus.
If you retrain a talent, then you must remove a talent you already possess.
Fair enough.
Hey, Chris, did you see my? I wrote you a thing in chat.
Love
Can you
letter.
check the player management tab and make sure my name is correct there? Because it's still coming up as like Alks Daj, whatever it is.
I'm seeing your name listed as Jace Dufresne.
So it's just Foundry.
Man got bugged.
Foundry just doesn't like me. Okay.
I think that's it. I mean,
It like most people, Jim.
Fucking got him.
What was that?
Got his ass.
What
He's
was
gonna
that,
kill my
John?
character on Wednesday, but I don't care. It was worth it.
I'm not gonna kill your character on Wednesday.
I'm gonna kill my character on Wednesday, is what you're saying.
You're gonna have to decide: are you gonna kill him or are you gonna slowly kill him?
I don't cause deaths. I just facilitate.
So it looks like the focuses are under the archetypes. Like if you look at duelist, it gives you traits, primary, secondary skills. It lists focuses there. So it only gives 1 or 2 for each archetype, though.
What archetype? Where were the archetypes at? What book's that? Or what page is that?
I think they're starting on page 114 or 115.
I didn't go far enough up.
Yes, I think, I want to say I started with a smuggler archetype. So my focuses were pilot and unobtrusive. There's got to be a...
No, there was a list.
There's a list somewhere. I don't know where it's at.
I don't remember where we looked at it, but I know we looked at a list of all the focuses. Because that's how I chose, like, for battle. Like, there was a list, like, if you chose battle, these are the main focuses of battle. I just don't know where the hell it is.
I
Oh, wait. Hey, maybe there's
think
another
found one on page
drives.
114 that has focuses.
Okay, it looks like page 103.
yeah, starting on page 103, it goes by. There's a full list of like broken up by different skills, focuses.
Yep. This was the list I was looking for.
So you don't.
Okay.
Again, you don't have to pick from that list, but it's pretty useful, and I feel
Yeah,
like
it's
it's
a good
pretty encompassing. So
It's a real
Something-
good list.
yeah, something you're looking for is probably there. So, all right, who wants to start the recap? Nothing happened last session.
I killed a lot of motherfuckers.
So,
Sounds about right.
Jack O'Neill finally got to shine.
from
In
what I
drinking,
have
fighting, and
after,
murking.
after my notes
Fighting and
got
murking.
cleared, we advised Gloria and Pablo to use poison spice to kill the Corinthians as soon as Canley is declared. Jace and Janud use their assets and poison spice to leave a welcome platter for House Corinthia that will kill as many as possible. Jack and Pablo return from the vote. Harkonnen were removed from Arrakis, and Corinthia declared war on Persephone. Group set up an elaborate departure plan to throw off would-be assassins and headed to the inner house Formal after the vote. Jack meets his buddy Ren at the bar of the Formal and starts buying drinks. Jack and
Shots,
Ren met
shots,
Duncan
shots, shots.
fucking Idaho at the Formal and shared some drinks. We were all
Ray got a
attacked
new arm.
by 3 assassins with Sibis hoods at the formal. Jack goes ham and kills them all. We return to the quarters and go to sleep. Gold cloaks attack us in the night, and I poison myself and Jace end session.
All right.
Chris, when you got a minute, can you create another note for me?
I sure can. Anybody have anything else they want to add?
Yeah, because then we went to sleep, and were awoken by special visitors, sexy visitors in our
private time.
rooms, and Jack O'Neill clapped the cheeks of the guy in his room, and then ran over and clapped some more cheeks in some other rooms.
Yes, there was much cheek clapping going on.
And fucking Jim fucking shot a las gun through the wall and killed the guy standing next to me, fucking miraculously missing me. And also missing my shield that would have caused a whole fucking nuke to go off. But yeah,
What are you
he's a
talking
really
about,
good
dude?
shot.
It was a trick shot.
Yeah, that was a fun one. I've created a folder and I'm moving your notes underneath that folder. Can you see that folder?
Genude notes. Alright, yeah, I see
And
it.
it should have all 3. Okay, there you go. So, hopefully,
We
I don't
had-
know if me adjusting notes affected you last time, so maybe that'll help.
I think it did because it just cleared everything and just changed on the one you just made.
It just cleared everything again?
Well, I was changing the name on it and it reverted back to what you had it set at. So I'm gonna save
Okay.
it and see if
I'm
it
not-
lets me edit it.
I'm not going to touch your notes anymore then.
Okay.
All right, so
We have one captured currently, that's still alive. Even though fucking Emerson Biggins kept trying to take their faces, brains, and other body parts
Look!
to wear.
Look, I was trying my best to make things better for everybody.
Were you though?
I mean, he made Trey's hand twice as powerful, even though it's twice as small. But no,
No, my hand was not twice as powerful. It was just twice as small.
No, you got 50% strength with it.
No,
That was the
I
trade-off.
punched the guy and it did nothing.
Well, that's
we
'cause you missed,
confirmed
didn't
that.
you?
No,
it's
we
also
confirmed that.
it's also back to normal size.
but yeah,
It
we
has
have one
returned.
person that we have locked up. I think one was making a run for it, or was that the one that got shot?
Yeah. So one that was making a run for it got shot. One that was making a run for it got murked by John in the hallway. One that was making a run for it got murked by Shanud in his room.
You going to bed?
The other one is currently stapled to the ground with John's knife.
Abysmal? Okay.
One of John's knives. One of
Yep.
yeah, Jack's knife. Sorry,
Yeah,
one of
it's
Jack's
okay.
knives into the ground. With that
I
being said,
crucifixed him.
I have 2 gameplay notes to add. One is a clarification and a slight go back. Moving subtly. Last session, I allowed you, Jack, to move subtly and then take a second action. That is
Yes.
technically not how it's supposed to go. How it
Okay.
works is moving subtly allows you to keep the initiative without momentum, spending momentum. When you keep initiative, someone else has to go.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, so no longer can you act, just for clarity, you can't act twice in a turn if you move subtly. Someone else can go to
Gotcha.
keep the initiative. But it also uses their turn for that round. It's
Gotcha.
not like an extra go.
Gotcha.
The second piece of note is those of you who got stabbed, which I believe is Jace and Shanud, you will notice on your character sheets you have a new trait.
I was wondering where the fuck that came from. Okay.
Holy.
So that is a trait that has
You're
been
holy.
Thanks.
induced by the
I'll be
poison.
here all night.
Just from a game mechanic standpoint. You don't actually know what it did in game, but from the mechanics.
Swollen testicles.
So then you're saying I shouldn't just delete it like I was going to, because I was like, how'd this
That
get
is correct. You should not just delete it randomly.
Well, it wouldn't
All
have been random.
or on person. Or intentional. That's right.
Jots, I'm excited for your first turn. I'm looking forward to it.
Wait, so
So
And Gus, I will
Okay.
also preface it that by saying welcome. I'm so excited you've joined. Thank you for coming to peer pressure. I will say that this is not D&D. This is a whole nother animal, but it is a really fun and interesting tabletop game that we are doing. So be free to use your imagination and say crazy shit, because God knows Aaron Cadola will say some insane fucking shit, and
I
it
don't
makes
do
it way
anything.
more entertaining and interesting to play off of each other when you do. So, no such thing as, like they said, no stupid questions. Also, no stupid play, except if you nuke the whole world. Then I mean, we're all dead. So, but still
I
fun.
don't know if I'd blame you for that.
I appreciate you guys having me. Let's do this.
All right, so to
real,
start
real
off,
quick, Chris, what is the trait you added to my sheet?
it should have been suggestible.
Okay, all right.
I think I spelled it wrong, but suggestible? Is that right?
Suggestible. I think,
Is that
I
how you
think
spell
that's
that?
it.
It looks weird to me. Okay, I think it's right. Okay, so anyway, yes. So, setting the scene, opening scene here. So, you now have dead individuals wearing gold robes and gold faceless masks. There's one who has been pinned to the ground in front of Jace in his room with a dagger. Dagger through his hand into the floor. Jace holding a laser gun at him while also bending over the side of the bed, throwing up after being stabbed with a syringe. The individual in front of you in the gold cloak begins to kind of like, he looks at his hand and has been surveying the room while this is going on, and he begins to kind of like pat on his chest, and he starts to, you can hear him whispering some sort of it's melodic, so it's more like a prayer or a chant rather than like trying to communicate with you, but he's begun to speak in some foreign language that you do not understand, coming from underneath the mask.
Point of reference. His hands were together.
That was one, because you targeted the asset with his hand, I believe.
No, I targeted this shot, but then before I got up, I pinned his hands.
No, because you were going to slice his throat.
No, John took the knife, and that's how he stapled to the ground.
Yeah.
Because he put his knife through the guy's hand.
Hands.
Yeah, hand. No, hand. I'm gonna say hand because
Okay.
there would have been a whole other
didn't
aspect
get
to try and.
I didn't get the whole.
to it.
I didn't get the both hands
Yeah.
were stapled. I thought it was just one as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's not as hard as it sounds, but I'll go with the GM, and then I'll show you later how I would have done it.
You show me later how a
You're gonna
maniac
control
pins
a
a person.
flailing person's arms with one hand?
Yeah. You
I
stab
can't
the
do
first
that with
one.
a 6-year-old,
and
much less
you
a
sit on
full-grown
top
human.
of him.
Okay, so
All right,
as
we're
this
getting
guy-
we're getting beside the point here.
While
Continue.
I don't want to underestimate Jack O'Neill's ability, I'm saying he pinned a man to the ground with a knife in one round. It was one hand.
Okay.
If you wanted to take the time to do a dance and a lap dance and do the both hands, you could have, but that probably would have been more than one round. Anyway,
I'll show you. I'll tell you later.
all right.
I'll send you
show
a
us
YouTube
later.
video.
Okay, TikTok me. So yeah, so he's pinned to the ground in the room with Jace. Jack O'Neill outside the door in the hallway, standing over another dead body, with Chanud just beyond the next door, having stabbed another golden masked individual up through his chest as he's now bleeding against the wall. Doctor, I use the term loosely, Big McLarchuge, is now, I think, quietly hovering over a dead man's body who's been poisoned to death, slowly removing his face, I believe is where we left him.
We did.
I want to cut their faces off.
Yeah, I remember that.
Cut their faces off and keep the brain.
That
is
was
what
the
I
title
heard.
of the episode when I uploaded it to YouTube. I want to
I
cut
just
their
imagine-
faces off.
I just imagine him over there very carefully with a scalpel, removing the face of this guy.
Chris, I have a question. With my because I'm poisoned, right? And I've been vomiting. Am I able to have an effective conversation, or am I kind of out of it?
You just vomited once. It was
Oh.
like something's in you. Your body had a reaction. You vomited once. That was it. So it's
Okay.
not like you're uncontrollably retching nonstop. It was
Gotcha.
just like an initial reaction. So at this point in time, everyone else, including Mr. Gill, one of the house soldiers, have now stepped into the hallway of these rooms. Gil, you also had you were alerted to the presence of a gold-robed, gold-masked individual by one Jack O'Neill yelling out there are intruders in your area. Being the master soldier you were quickly able to dispatch him with your laser gun. And so, knowing that your house was under attack, you quickly jutted into the room and out into the hallway, left your room out into the hallway, and you now see the scenes that are unfolding in front of you.
Is Gil the mystery man?
Gil is the white background, roguish looking character. I don't know if I can't blow.
The one that's just the face.
Nope, that is Big McLarge.
Oh, okay. Oh. So okay. All right, gotcha. I see
Yeah.
it. I got it. All right.
Yeah. And so as that is unfolding, at the same time, you guys also hear from as your house ruler, Pablo Jr., and Mother Maria are coming now into the hallway, and Maria is yelling, "Doctor! Where's the doctor?"
I'm right
What are you guys
here.
doing? So
He asked
you're-
me to do this, but I'm right here.
So I guess you're gonna stop cutting a face off and step into the hallway and start taking care of.
Well, yeah, I gotta distract from the fact that I'm cutting someone's face off.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and move you over then as you head for the sun, and I will say, give me an understand roll to start to perform your diagnosis of Pablo Jr. And as you approach him, he kind of starts to push you off a little bit, and, gives you the initial "I'm all right" at first. He has his short blade drawn that Jack O'Neill has taught him vigorously how to use. It's stained with blood, and he is, walking down the hallway, but he does appear to have a little bit of vomit around his mouth. So if you want to roll me an understand roll for your diagnosis.
So do I do understand, and then do I do a drive with it?
You would, yeah. Drive's up to you.
I'm gonna
Just
run
tell me which
GD
one.
because I'm supposed to heal people.
All right, and 2 successes, difficulty of 2. And all right, you nailed it. So while that's going on, I will open the floor to the rest of the party. What are you guys doing at this moment?
I'm gonna start interrogating the red robe or the yellow robe guy.
Golden.
Golden
Before
robe
he
guy.
does that, I'm going to go into the room and secure both arms and feet and make it where he can't do anything quick or shifty. Like- Kill himself.
Roll me a. First of all, roll me a discipline or understand check.
Why?
Uh,
Oh,
Why
wow.
those
There-
two? I hate you.
there may be
Just
some
kidding.
sort of
Oh, the roller's different.
there's maybe some sort of risk here that you may not be immediately privy to.
Discipline or understand, you said?
I said discipline or understand. That is correct.
Well, they're both 4s. And am I rolling 2?
It'll be a 1 success.
I'm gonna still burn a momentum.
That'll be your last one. The
That's
party
fine.
has. Okay.
We'll get
Uh,
a
Whole
bunch
party.
back.
Gus, can you see there's a pools window somewhere on your screen at the moment? Probably bottom right.
Yes, got it.
It says momentum and threat.
Yes.
So momentum is a player party group resource that you can use to add bonuses to your rolls. So if you really need to succeed at something, you can use momentum to increase your chances of success. Threat is the game master version of that same thing. So I can use threat to increase the danger on you guys. Just as a quick kind of point of reference. So when he says I'm going to use momentum, the reason he's calling that out is because that's kind of a group resource. So it's, cordial to check with your fellow group members before you use up all the momentum type of thing.
Got it.
Quick question. That just buys me another dice, right?
Yeah. I don't know if this changes your opinion, but it's one success. I don't know if I said that. So
You did, but I'm
Okay.
really not confident in my 4.
all
So,
right. Sure, go ahead.
invalid data. Use
In-
focus. I choose understand.
Do you
I
have
don't have a
focus?
focus and I don't have determination.
So then you should just have those unchecked.
Yeah.
Can I help him?
You can help him.
All right.
Do you remember how help works?
No.
So you will also roll a discipline or understand,
Yeah.
but you'll only roll 1d20. What is the error you're getting?
It just says invalid data.
And it doesn't give you anything else with that?
Like,
Oh, yeah, mine's coming up as invalidated too. Oh, did you choose your drive, John?
no. Because I didn't think you get to.
Idiot.
Yeah, you get to choose a drive
every
You
time.
always get to choose a drive.
Oh,
What an
God.
idiot!
You
choose
take 2
drive.
weeks off. Two
It's
weeks
been
off.
Too
man.
long. I'm gonna use power. Cause I'm gonna overpower this bitch.
Shanud, what are you rolling for?
I was checking to make sure it works.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Little do you know, John's retarded.
You can still help, Jace, since you are in the room.
All right. I'll use truth and understand, obviously.
Okay. All right. So 3 of them. So you guys, how
Truth because we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Sure. A quick recap. How you gain momentum is by getting successes over the difficulty value. So I declared a difficulty of 1. They got 3 successes, so your party gets 2 momentum. Back into your pool. So okay. So as you come up and you are reaching around to reach for this individual's second hand, I believe is what you said, Jack. He is, again, what he's doing is he's kind of like, giving
Trying to
himself
find
like a Wolf of Wall Street style salute. If you've seen the meme, kind of like pounding his chest a bit. And like I said, he's chanting underneath his breath. As you go to grab his second hand, you notice around the bracer that's around his arm, there is now a needle sticking out of the bracer, which he has already stabbed himself with every time he has pounded his chest. And Jace, you also see like kind of the glint of it as he kind of grabs the hand and turns it around. You see the glint of this needle sticking out.
And I shout for the doc to come try to stabilize this guy because he's obviously trying to kill himself. And at the same time, I would like to take the hand and restrain it back up above and hold.
So give me a... actually,
Am I running over there or I'm staying over here?
you hold on 1 second. Jack, give me a move check,
Measurable.
difficulty of 0.
Okay.
To restrain him. It's an intense moment, man. Alright, so you guys gain 3 momentum, and you're able to grab his wrist and restrain him. He doesn't put up much of a fight at this point. You don't know if it's him being weak or if it's just him not resisting. But for whatever reason, the resistance is minimal for you to tie him up. Or to, I guess, stab. Are you taking the same knife out, putting his other hand down, and then just stabbing him back? Is that
So
what you're
what I actually wanted to do was lift the motherfucker up with the hand that's not stabbed, and then have the one in the knife, lift him up against the wall, stab the hand above him, so he's like basically up in the air, kind of almost crucifix, but hands above his head. And then I was going to take his feet and kind of do the same thing, but we don't have to do that much. So he's lifted in the air, and I've stabbed it through the brick, and he's fucking just dangling there, like on his tiptoes, trying to keep the knives from cutting through his hands, like all the way through his bone. And it's not in his hands, right? It's his hand and his wrist. So it's like this.
So you're basically going for like the crucifixion cut? Like
100%.
right
Well, yeah, between the joints and the bones, so it's not easy to tear out.
Did we roll
Passion
like
of the Jack.
did we roll
No shit, right?
did we roll an evil campaign like when I wasn't looking?
I didn't know we were bad guys, but I can roll with it.
Shit.
Did you try
mean-
to kill me and my family? Come on.
I understand smugglers, but you guys said like Firefly style
I
smugglers,
gotta get
not
some
like
alcohol for this. I'll be right back.
yeah, not like murderous smugglers.
Well,
Oh,
sexy
I'm
time
sorry.
was interrupted.
That's right.
We are just channeling Jane right now. Is really what we're doing.
But
come on,
to
come on, that's fair. That's
to,
fair.
To remind you how Firefly went, there were not 5 Janes.
Yeah, but I'm Jane.
There are 4 other characters with morals.
Yeah, but I'm Jane. And Aaron's kind of like, what were they called? The ones that were the evil monsters that were killing
The
everybody?
blue glove people.
So Chris, just think of me right now as Mal when he's got the bloodshot eye and it's like, "Fuck you, we're going to kill the Reavers."
Yeah.
Like,
It's
All
fine.
right.
We'll go with it.
So now that he's restrained, I'm gonna start questioning this guy.
To be
As-
clear,
Yeah.
further restrained. He's already restrained. But
Don't I
hold
have
on.
to stop this guy from dying too before
Hold-
you question him?
Hold on to that for 1 second, Jace. I will come right back to you.
I don't wanna hold on to it.
I know you don't. Big McLarshush, doctor. You
MD.
are in the process of checking on Pablo as you hear them yell for doctor in the other room. You do determine that Pablo has been poisoned. So you can begin to do an analysis of that and try and help him. It also looks like he has been suffered a couple of small cuts. Nothing life-threatening at the moment. But Maria is effectively giving you the, like, you know, terrified mother, my son has been stabbed with something, you need to heal him now look. So now you have a choice to make. Are you going to administer care to Pablo, or are you going to move into the other room?
I don't think there's any real choice. I kind of have to save the kid,
Agreed.
don't I?
Agreed.
I'm shocked you made that choice, to be honest.
I have
Cut
to
his face
ask.
off.
I have to ask because it's you. So, in my defense,
So what
All
do
right.
I do to heal him?
so you can begin to administer care because you had a successful diagnosis. So we will say that it will take you a couple rounds for you to administer care, but you will be able to effectively make sure that Pablo does not suffer any further damage.
Excellent. He's alive.
He's alive. Okay, Jace. Continue.
Right.
Also, hold on 1 second. Shanud and Gil, before Jace starts diving into a monologue here. Are you guys taking any actions?
The
Yeah, Gus, you can do something?
I was just wondering what Hippocratic oath Dr. Big took to cut someone's face off.
No one's sure. No one is very sure at all.
The
Other than
only
that,
one
I'm
that
good.
we all take.
It's a secretive oath. So
Did you ever
there's
play?
that.
Did you ever play the old like Star Wars flight sim TIE Fighter?
I did.
Okay, you know how they have like you do like your Imperial missions, and then they have like that secret like Emperor's Order
Yep.
where they do the tattoo on your wrist. Like I think that's like where he is. He's like a Sook doctor with like the weird tattoo. He's like a, you know, if this were the Harry Potter universe, I'd say he's a Death Eater. But
But he's a very secretive Death Eater.
yeah,
All
like
right,
even
so
Voldemort doesn't know that he's
Yeah.
a Death Eater.
the stock photo at the bottom, down by the mother and the son, is that supposed to be Aaron's character?
yeah, the
Yeah.
little white hooded character
Yeah.
is big.
Okay.
Big
Me,
refuses
but
to.
it's because no one knows what it actually looks like because I can wear anyone's face.
He's
Okay.
so tall. No one can actually see his face.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one knows
I'm
what
gonna
it
move down I guess near them, and just make a danger sense check while he's checking on the kid. Just make sure there aren't other people here looking to ambush or
Oh.
anything.
Excellent.
call.
Excellent idea. Roll me that.
All right. Discipline,
And that is
danger
You have a
sense.
fuck
I'm using
ton
my
of,
focus,
momentum,
and I'm
too.
going to use my power because I feel super powerful. I'm protecting my family. And let's go ahead and roll.
okay. Also, as we move forward, please let me know if you have a drive statement when you choose your drive, because again, we want to make sure that we're being in alignment.
Okay, so my drive of power, my statement is great power must be kept in check.
Okay, so how is that applying to how you're applying your power statement now? See what I'm saying?
So do I have to apply my power statement every time I use power?
Generally, whenever you use power, it'll need to be in alignment with your drive
Okay.
statement is how it's supposed to be played.
Okay.
So if you want to change your drive statement, I will allow it for this game session.
Now
because we
I'll
haven't
keep
been
the
applying
statement
it,
I got.
but-
I'm gonna say a great power is attempting to murder my family or my house, and I'm going to attempt to keep that power in check by watching over the house physician as he heals the future of the house.
Okay, so it's more about the power you're repelling versus the power.
Yes,
you're
I'm
trying to
fighting
help.
off a great power. I'm keeping a
All
great
right.
power in check as it attempts to attack my family.
All right, give me your roll.
I'm going to use one momentum to increase my die pool to 3. Two successes.
All right, so which two is I don't know if I said it. 2 successes was the general. So
Okay.
2 successes, you succeed. Your danger sense, you kind of look around to try and get a lay of the land, see what's going on. You know that you went you in the house took very specific care to set up defenses, right? Guards and observation equipment, and no one here in this area is a guard from where your initial checkpoints would have been to get into this wing of the building. To you, that is a big red flag. Why are the other guards not here? And so that means danger could still be around the corner because there's basically no one barring the door, as far as you can tell. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm going to suggest we move Pablo and Gloria into a more defensible position. I would say probably into this bedroom here right next to us where Jace and Jack are. And as we move into there, I'll holler. Is that Gil up the hallway from us?
Yeah, that's Gil.
Okay, I will holler up to Gil and tell him to get in here as well. And when everybody converges in that room, I'm going to ask Gil to reach out over comms and find out where the rest of our fucking guard detachment is, because there is no one in this wing of the suite or whatever you call it.
So one note here, Gil. You should be able to move your character around with the arrow keys. So yeah.
Change them
So
back.
if you choose to, so I'm gonna go ahead and move everybody who decided to move into this room. I'm gonna move them over here, and then
You can also
if-
click and drag it if
you can
wanna
click.
use
Yeah,
the
you
arrow
can click
keys.
and drag it, but you can't move with arrow keys. And so I guess Gil, it sounds like you are going to heed that advice and move into the room.
Correct.
Okay. Any other actions you want to take while you're doing that? And I can give you a few suggestions if you're
Yes,
still
please.
getting your feet. So I think Shanud, Trey gave you a pretty good suggestion. Like you have an asset on your character sheet, which is conscripts. So which are like other soldiers, other unnamed soldiers. So you could kind of say, hey, I want to send my conscripts to go check on the guard station, see, what's going on per Shanud's request. The other actions you could take would be if you want to start trying to do something similar to what Shanud did, which is like kind of perceive around to see if there's any other dangers. That may not be a good choice because that's already been done, so you're probably in the clear. So the other option would be, you could if you have like a shield belt or something, so you guys kind of got woke up in the middle of the night. So if you want to like start donning your shield belt, stuff like that, that also may be something you want to do, is like preparing in case there's another attack.
I'm gonna go with comms.
Okay. And so you're gonna send your conscripts off to kind of, or you're gonna go over the communication devices to kind of reach out to the guards to see what's going on.
Yes.
Okay. So when you reach out to the communication over just the comms link that you guys have, you get nothing back, which is completely against protocol, and would be then kind of hits you in the gut a little bit, because unless something has gone wrong, if they're not responding to you, they've basically deserted their post, right? Which is against your character at this point. So I would say you could send the conscripts off to check on them physically, if you would like, or you could make the choice to go with them and do it yourself. It's up to you.
I'm gonna send them.
Okay. So you're kind of giving instructions out to other soldiers while this is going on. And if you would like to be donning your shield belt and all that, I'll also say you can be doing that at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
I would suggest having your conscripts move over to a different comm channel.
Smart. I mean,
Okay.
And
Yes.
I want to, at the first opportunity, I want to ask Maria where Pablo is.
He's in the room with you.
In the room with us.
Okay, so remind me, did the Elder not come, or did he stay on Persephone?
The elder is in prison.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Correctly.
He's at his
Yeah.
private getaway.
He's in his golden handcuff prison.
Okay.
All right. So, sorry, Jace.
Real quick, just to fill Gil in, we've modeled our house after the Escobars of Colombia. So we're cocaine smugglers. We smuggle like Jaffo juice and shit, but basically the same thing. But yeah.
And the more
carry
we
on.
play this, the more we are like cartels.
Yeah.
Apparently.
it's seriously affecting your character board. All right, Jace.
Okay. So I'm going to start questioning the golden robed man. Who's that?
That is Gloria, the sister who is the spy master.
Oh, okay.
I was just moving her down for. I assumed
Alright.
she'd move down. So
I'm going to start questioning him. As I'm questioning him, I'm going to be asking, how did you get in? Who sent you? What did you inject us with? Are the three main questions right now. And I'm going to subtly hint to him that, like, the more open he is about, answering questions and being honest and being forthcoming, the more likely the chance that he may just rot in prison rather than, have his brain donated to science and have a doctor wear his face.
all right. So I'm gonna like kind of play this out a little bit, because there's some details here that we'll see what happens as it unfolds. But as that is happening, he is speaking a language which you do not recognize. Do you have a way of understanding other languages?
Can I use some of my advancement points
Do
to add
mentats
a?
have like a Google Translate function?
You do, but probably not for this language. So
I would like to use my
Wow.
advancement points to purchase a translator asset.
well, I was gonna just suggest you could use momentum.
What?
Momentum.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can.
Was it
you
2?
can create. Yeah, so you can take 2 momentum and you can create a temporary asset. So what I was gonna suggest is, as this is going on, Gloria comes down and you guys she can provide you with a translator,
Okay,
and then we'll say that's how you get it for 2 momentum.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, unless you want to buy it.
I was gonna say, if they're doing it now, we're gonna keep fighting these same people. It might be beneficial to just buy
Yeah,
it
I was
outright.
gonna suggest. I guess if we use 2 momentum, I can use advancement points to make a temporary asset permanent.
Yeah.
So
So-
I'll probably just do that.
Okay.
Is
so-
everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you spend the 2 momentum and translator. And so as the device turns on, and it kind of has like a little bit of a static at the beginning and then starts to kick on, he is uttering some sort of prayer. And the things that you pick up from it, it's a little bit muffled from under the mask, but the things you pick up and the translator picks up is that he is looking forward to returning to see the shores of Agrlas, and that he will soon be home with his family. And then the first question you are asking, remind me.
How did you get in?
Okay, so as you're asking questions, you can see the face moving around, but there's still a gold mask
Hey, Jack,
on top of the face.
can you get his mask off, please?
I'll reach up and start to remove the mask, but I'm also gonna start to twist the knife in the hands just a little bit to encourage conversation.
All right.
Said the
Let me
shores
And I'll
of
say
what?
something along the lines of, "You better talk, or this is gonna be a really long night."
Let's see if this works. Tell me if you get a photo.
Yep.
Got a
Yes, I
photo.
did.
All right. So, as you remove the mask, you see an individual, scars all across his face, clearly been cut. It in some way looks like rudimentary, like plastic surgery almost to make his face look more generic. They also painted across it is almost a style of war paint, but it looks to be permanent, highlighting in a like a bright orange color around his eyes. And as you kind of start to twist the knife, he clearly acknowledges you, looking up towards you and away from Jace. And he says, we can go anywhere. And he's speaking in, again, a different language, and obviously it's coming through the translator. But he says, we can go anywhere. All we need is to be commanded by Mother.
Who's mother?
Everyone has Mother. Everyone knows Mother.
Real quick, Chris, he said he looks forward to returning to the shores of where?
Agrilas, Agrilas.
Mother, as in like the Bene Gesserit?
As in Mother.
No, I'm asking a fucking question. Jesus.
That was his response.
No, Jace is asking that question to him.
Yeah.
He turns looking at you now, Jace, away from Jack. He says, all of our mothers. And
So did Mother send you?
yes.
Why?
He takes a strange pause, starts looking around.
I twist
It
more.
gets okay. Well, never mind. I was about to say something else, but so as he starts to take a quick pause, look around, you twist more. It doesn't look like at this point in time you can see Jack as you're the closest. He looks to be starting to lose color in his face, and it's not that he is being a badass. He's not Jack O'Neilling this shit. It just seems like he's not feeling the twist.
Can I notice that and ask the doc to shoot him full of adrenaline real quick?
You can if you'd like.
And can you also? Well, no, of course. Thanks, Aaron.
He's asleep.
What? I didn't even do anything. I'm here. I'm listening. I had to get my
He's already passed out.
And
I
by
fell asleep.
and by
Can I-
adrenaline, you mean cut his face off?
No. So I said, hey, doc, you got anything to make this bastard feel this a little more
Also,
and wake
can you
up?
see if he poisoned himself?
He 100% did. That's what I'm saying. We need to shoot him up so his poison takes longer.
So I will say at this point in time, Dr. Kevorkian is done with the sun, and so he can move over to start assessing the gold masked man, or the man now. As that's happening though, and as you're calling out for this, the man begins to speak again, And he takes a moment to address like each of you in the room, kind of looking back and forth. And he says, Mother directs us for our purpose. Us who have the purpose. You are simply in the way. You are the darkness between the worlds. You are that which tries to keep us apart. Mother only seeks to bring us together. Mother is the warmth. She's the light from the star. She is that which shines upon you and makes you run. She is the one who beacons her children home. Why would she not send us?
Well, Mother just sent you to the darkness yourself, because we're still in the light, bitch.
Okay, first of all, I thought the Cthulhu one-shot was next week.
Just getting everybody prepped. That's all.
So we listened to that little speech and I said, well, the purpose of this is to make you feel a little bit warmer inside. To let you feel what Jack wants to do to you a little more intimately. So I put the syringe in his neck and I inject him, and he immediately starts to feel the effects and can feel him twisting the knife between his joints.
A few seconds goes by, and I'm assuming, Jack, you're still twisting after the injection. And you can see pain begins to register back in his face. Like he is not, he's not impervious. There's the word. He's not impervious to the pain. So he begins to start showing those kind of retches to the point where he starts to groan again. At this point in time, though, the hole in this man's wrists is beginning to get a little easier to turn because you kind of are starting to grind out the meat a little bit there.
So John, keep the knife in his wrist. You have another knife, right?
I'm gonna take my. So I still have that other knife there. I'm gonna take my other knife and I'm gonna shove it into his thigh through the wall.
Don't do it through his thigh. Shove it between his fifth and sixth
in the
rib.
fatty part, not
around the back.
Not the artery.
Oh my
No,
God.
do it through the back. It hurts more.
I'm gonna go through the leg. So
Whatever.
I'm gonna just sit there, looking it straight in the face, twisting the little knives.
All right. Dark, but he is feeling pain, so I'm gonna need you to roll a battle check.
No problem. I would also like to ask him where Mutter is.
Mutter?
Where's Mutter? Uh-oh.
Oh no. All right, so quick recap. Big red words, there was a complication. The Dune
rolled a
RPG is
1 and a 20.
a little bit different. Normally rolling high is good, but in the Dune game you want to roll under your total drive plus skill. So that's how you get a success. If you roll a 1, that's a critical success and it counts as 2 successes. If you roll a 20, that's bad. It's an automatic not success, but also you get what is called a complication, which basically means Game Master picks something bad to happen as a result of this going on.
So question, if you're using a 4 skill and a 4 drive, that means you're probably going to roll higher than if you use a high skill and a high drive, which would be lower.
Right. So yeah, so the
Okay.
higher your skill and drive combined, the more likely you are to succeed. So that's why
Okay.
you always want to roll it. You that's why when you're good at something, you have a higher skill because it means you're more likely to succeed. So
I rolled
Gotcha.
a 1 and a 20. There was no avoiding it.
no, so you are successful though, so that's good
Yeah.
news.
Yeah.
The bad news is the success was to see how bad you hurt him. So you have hurt him. He's, again, the blood is now starting to seep out from his wrists. He's clearly paling. I believe Doc was going to do an assessment on how likely he is to die or his current situation. So Doc, if you want to roll that, you can. And that would be a discipline. The complication I will let you know when it comes up.
So I'm gonna run. I'm basically trying to figure out how to save this guy and what's wrong with him.
I
Right.
think that, well, I think that's what they asked from you, so it's up to you if you want to do it.
Well, we would have explained that he stabbed himself with that needle multiple times, and so you can see it because I've got it pinned. The needle sticking up that he stabbed himself with, and we assumed that was his way of committing suicide.
So I guess I can go to Truth to see what he injected himself with, and if I can actually end up saving this guy.
All right, go ahead. And Jace, I'll allow you to continue questioning if you'd like. So one success, you are able to determine that kind of cover of the bleeding. The bleeding is easy that Jack is causing. You're able to do that. The poison, however, has already begun to grip at his cardiac systems. And while
Unfortunately, because we injected him with adrenaline, it's only going to get better.
while the adrenaline has made him more apparent or more cognizant, at this point in time, there's probably nothing you can do to fully save him. You can keep him alive for a little bit longer, but little bit longer is in the terms of minutes and not.
So I'm going to.
years.
I'm gonna shove to stop the bleeding on his wrist. I'm gonna take my sock off and shove it in the hole, and then
You're a
that'll
doctor, you
stop the
have
bleeding in his
gauze.
wrist. I don't need it. I just want to use my sock. So I'm gonna use the sock and be like, "Oh, I guess we're doing
It's a
it
sign
this
of
way."
disrespect.
All right.
And then where he stabbed him in the leg, I'll just kind of, I'll heat my knife up with one of their. Does anybody have fire?
I don't think
Whatever.
so.
Okay. Well, he's just gonna have to. John's just gonna have to hold this other sock on there.
Well, I mean, I haven't pulled the knife out, so it's not going to be bleeding too bad. I just twisted a little. It's in the fatty.
You'll have to
It's
stop
fine.
it. Well, fine. Then shove the sock in with the tip of the blade of the knife, and it'll be fine.
So I
He has
pull the
it
knife out.
minutes now.
I put the sock on it, and then I shove it back in and
Correct.
twist it in. Okay, all right.
You don't have to
Doc's
twist it. You
orders.
just shove it in. You're good. You're good.
The doc's orders.
Here, could Jace fire
Doc's
his
orders. Why not?
Could Jace fire his last gun a few times, just get the barrel hot, and then use that to cauterize the wound?
You could.
But we only have a few. We only have a couple minutes here, so
Yeah,
sock
we don't
is
really
quick.
care. He's gonna die. Fuck him.
Yep.
Does anybody
He
know
needs
what
the ammo.
agriloss is?
Doc's gonna take his brains
Wait.
anyways.
I'm trying to get there, Trey. Trying.
Go for it.
Where, where is Agrilas?
Agrilas is home. Agrilas is beautiful.
Is Agrilas a planet?
Of Agrilas is, yes, it is home. It is home.
What are the coordinates?
It is in the heart of the world, of the universe.
Sounds like Valhalla.
He has no idea.
Did
You're
you
asking
come
a grunt for coordinates. Come on, man.
Did you come on a ship?
We all did.
What's the name of your ship?
It was Mother's ship.
Oh, what's the name of Mother's ship?
Mother's ship.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Come on, man. You walked into that one.
You asking what kind of poison this is?
I'm gonna say you got like 2 more questions, man.
Why are you not letting me roll on anything?
He's answering. What do you?
He's completely
What are you
truthful.
gonna
but
roll?
yeah, I know, but like one of the focuses I took was neurolinguistics, which would make him susceptible to believing what I said first, which was the more he like is open and forthright with us, like the easier it'll go for him.
The reason I'm not making you roll is because he is being open and forthright.
So you're just being purposefully obtuse to piss me off.
No, I am telling you.
He
Got it.
doesn't know what the mother
I-
doesn't tell him, bro.
I'm telling you what this character knows, right? He does not know the name of a ship. He knows it is mother's ship.
When
He
did
knows
you
that
get here?
Agralos is home.
When did you get here?
We arrived in time for the vote.
Which docking bay did you land in?
He knows what docking is.
We landed in the station.
What model of
For-
ship did you arrive on?
We landed in the station with all of the guests.
Did you arrive in a Honda Civic or an Acura Integra?
What
And a Honda Accord.
What
yes.
what house are
As you can see him, his face, continuing to grow pale, and he starts to kind of, like, you can see his eyes, like he's dozing off. So what were you gonna ask, Jason and Shanood?
Guys, you got any questions?
what house does mother support?
We have no house. We simply support the king. And he kind of like I said, he's really starting to go. You can, Jack can slap him and keep him up for like one more question if anybody
Jack,
has one more question. But this guy's dying, man.
Jack,
His heart is racing.
Guys, you got a question?
Jack's
Blood
got a
is starting to
mask on.
come more out.
Jack's got a mask on,
What
and
what
so
house,
just to fucking terrify him a little bit more, so he can get one more question, Jack goes. Answer the question.
John's got a toy he's playing with. That's nice.
I like it. I can see that.
What house what house does the king support?
I will take that question. Give me 1 second, though. As you're saying that to him, Jack, he kind of looks up to you and he goes, and you see fear strike in his face. And he, Jungler, you followed us. And Jace, then you ask him the question. What was it?
What house does the king support?
He requires no house. He is the king of Agralos, and he kind of is just barely able to get out the last words, and he kind of has a couple little sputters and his passes out, and his heart effectively stops.
So when he dies, I'm gonna cut his stomach open and take his heart out because I need to know what this poison does in the cardiac effect.
Okay, so
You want me to just take him to the room, or are you just doing it
Nope,
right here?
just doing it right
So-
there.
Okay.
so for all of those with a weak stomach,
Game over.
the doctor begins to dissect the patient on site.
Well, he's vertical. He's
Immediately.
vertical. He's vertical, so everything just falls out. It's fine, and I can reach up in his chest cavity, pull out the heart,
Force
and then we can take it
seppuku.
back.
Yeah, just force seppuku.
At this point, Janu's going to turn to Gil and ask him if he's heard back from his conscripts yet.
One of the conscripts has returned while this is happening. As kind of the last questions are being asked, Gil, one of your conscripts has returned, and he kind of pulls you over to the side quietly while this is going on. He says, we made it to the guard room. Only one of the guards that was posted there is still there, but he's been killed. His throat was cut and he's been stabbed through the chest.
We're under attack, and we need to get Pablo out of here.
The video equipment was still rolling though, but we didn't check it. They may have something on it.
All right, I need to go and download all that video.
Yeah,
You
is
heard-
the
you
security
heard-
room on the way out.
You heard nothing. He was talking to Gil. You were
All right,
busy.
Gil, tell us what happened,
Interrogating.
Gil.
Well, I assume, like he said, when I was done, he was going to ask him, and then they're right in front of me, so I figured I could hear.
No, I
that.
said this is happening while you're interrogating. They kind of pulled Gil off to the side. Came back. So
Okay.
I'll leave it up to Gil if he wants to tell.
We're totally surrounded.
What?
What? What happened?
Totally
So
surrounded.
immediately on hearing this, Jack's just fucking ready.
Does he just starts looking around the room?
Jack just takes both knives out, the body just falls down as Aaron's taking all the parts out, and I immediately go to the door to secure it.
Are there any vents in the room?
Yes, there's a normal amount of things.
How big are they? Human size or?
Normal sized.
I want to ask Jace if he can pull up a schematic for this house suite and see if there's any other way out of here other than the way that we came in past the guard station.
Can we also ask Jace
wait.
if he knows what planet he's from? Talking about? Does Jace know anything about that?
I'll need a moment to figure that out when we're a little bit safer. We need to get to the guard room. I need to see the video so I can analyze it. And then we need to, I think, take the earliest flight out, which would be.
Does so since we're gonna try and get out of here, does Pablo have a shield?
Pablo does have a shield. Yes.
Okay. Can he double shield? Can I give him mine?
No.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna pop my shields on.
Okay. So I'm assuming everyone who has a shield at this point on your assets is wearing their shield.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
And I never take mine off. I sleep with mine. I bathe with mine.
How do you get clean, you dirty bitch?
I don't.
that's a good question.
If you go into the water
disgusting.
really slow, it'll go through.
He has a drip, a slow drip. Shower.
It's like Chinese water torture. It's a mental
yeah.
thing.
He does.
All right.
It's like he does it like the Roman bath, right? He just goes and that's like steamy, so his pores open up, and then he just scrapes it off with his knife.
So I lost a little bit of track of what's going on. So
Yeah, you and me both.
what is the group doing / are you splitting up? Because I think
Okay.
that's what I heard.
I need to check schematics for the fastest way to the ship. I need to get to the guard room and download the video, and then when we're on the flight out, I need to see if there's anything that I know about a planet, Agrilis, and I need to like
Okay.
cogitate on it.
So
Is the guard room along the way of us leaving or opposite direction?
I don't know, Chris. Let me. I'm gonna look at the schematic that I have of the room in my head, and
sure, I will say, roll me a understand roll difficulty 0
okay.
for your recollection purposes.
Okay, so understand, and then this will be duty because I am serving my house. Ba-ba-da-ba.
And is that serving your house? Is that your drive statement?
If it serves the house, it serves me. Is the
Okay.
draft statement.
Cool.
And do I have to understand? Can I use smuggling as a focus for this?
No, simply because this is just a recollection roll that I'm giving you a difficulty 0 just to get you to get momentum.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So it's basically this is a task you cannot fail, but I'm giving you an opportunity to gain momentum. Basically,
But you could still get a complication, right?
you could get a complication. So if you don't want to roll, you don't have to. But
Oh, I'll roll.
No, fuck.
Gotta roll.
Momentum.
Oh
Alright.
yeah.
so you gain 1 momentum.
Banana
You're able
bread.
to recall
yeah.
the schematics. Jace's eyes roll back in his head as he does the internal computing part of the human computer. And there is a back way out that you could take that would go slightly through the city proper of Corinth, like and make it to the ship or ship dock, or the way that would normally be taken that would go through the Imperial Palace, which is what you're in now, would be back toward the guard station and then out what is effectively like the entryway to the wing that you've been residing in for this trip.
Do we think this is I'm kind of gonna ask everyone, do we think it's safer to go through the palace or to Go
Probably
through
try
the
to
city proper.
stick to the most populated areas that we can.
So go
Agreed.
through the palace.
Through the palace, we could even probably get escort
Can
on
we?
top of what we already have.
I'm not sure that the Emperor doesn't know about this. At this point.
Correct.
Yeah, but they're not going to openly try to kill us. So, if
far
we
as
ask
you
for
know.
if they won't. So if the Emperor is behind it, or at least allowing it, it won't matter as long as they're seen showing helping us get out. That makes sense,
Okay.
in my opinion.
So that's what we'll do. We'll go through the way through the palace to the guard room, through the palace to the ship.
All right. And is the entire group doing that, I assume, then?
Yes.
Okay. So as you guys make your way through,
I am.
you begin to hastily pack and make your way towards the guard station. As you do, Gloria notes that this must be a retaliation. I got word late last evening that House Corinthia was leaving immediately from the palace as they suffered grievous injuries from a unknown attack.
Good job,
I'm still
guys.
waiting to hear back a full report.
Trey, give
But
me a
there
Zoom high
were-
five.
There were dozens of caskets requested, and 2 of which had the family seal written upon them.
Can I, while we're walking, can I ask Glory Hole what jungler meant? What does that translate to?
I'm not sure.
Can we say that it means the devil?
You can say whatever you want. I don't know.
Okay, so when he said that, he was like the devil follows us.
She kind of looks at you and she's like, "Great."
No, she tells me that.
Oh, I see. No, she doesn't tell you that. She has no idea.
Damn it. So when he
Good
said
try, though.
jungler followed us, so she wouldn't know what that means?
She doesn't know. Yeah, she doesn't know the language. She just has the translator.
Well, the translator didn't.
The translator did not translate that word.
Okay, so jungler is all I know.
Could be a proper name. It's probably a proper noun. Is the short answer of it.
Okay.
All we know is that if those guys show up on our way out, whatever you did, that trick with
Oh,
your
yeah.
voice, just start using it.
Oh yeah, I'm now
Uh,
known as Jack Jungler O'Neill, so it's a character name now.
Fucking amazing. All right, so you guys make it towards the guard room. Gil, you're the first one out as your conscript kind of shows you what's going on, opens the door. Sitting in the room, there is what looks to be small boxes that have projections into holograms that are showing the different hallways of the wing of the building that your guys are in. And one guard is leaning up against is in the corner of the room, has now sunk into the corner of the room. Looks like he may have fell backward into the corner, and he has a stab in his neck as well as 2 stabs in his chest. You would recognize it as the placement of somebody who is very skilled with a blade, is very intentional and a quick attempts to kill. Like I said, it looks like whoever did it was pretty close. So, and the guard who is dead still has a holstered weapon. But the video screens that you see up and the holograms you see up and everybody else sees still actively shows the hallways and look to be fully functioning. So any path that would have come down this way, they would have been able to see it.
So it was one of our own guards that stabbed this guy. Is what
Possibly.
I'm gathering.
Can I download all the information into my head?
No, that's not how this works. You can take the recording holograms, but you can't download things into your head.
But I can take them and watch them.
Yeah, but you'd have to watch them. You have to watch them in regular time.
That's stupid. Okay, I'll do that.
You don't have a computer chip in your head. You're a personal computer.
I know Kung Fu.
Yeah.
You're not
this
part of
isn't-
the Matrix.
This isn't Cyberpunk. All right.
Can't
So you
download fighting styles.
so you guys are just grabbing the devices and then making
Yeah,
for the ships.
we don't have time to sit and watch all the footage. So
Okay.
Just for your edification, Chris, I'm going to be, whenever you think it's applicable, I'd like to make a danger sense roll, like if we're about to be ambushed or something along those lines.
I'll say go. You can go ahead and roll one. I
Okay.
will say difficulty of 3.
Okay.
Is the guard's gun a las gun or is it like a regular gun?
Guards have blades, shields, personal
Good.
shields and blades.
I'm
you
going to
said
use
You said his
one
gun
was
momentum to
I thought I said his
bump
weapon
my
was
pool up to
holstered.
3. And I'm rolling. Boom.
If I said gun, I apologize.
I
They have blades.
see.
All right, so you succeed, danger sense. As best you can tell, especially with like the video outputs that you guys get a glimpse of and everything else, you're not. It seems like everything is quiet, and that whatever the attack was, based on them trying to leave, and then the clear that you've seen so far, you don't get any sense of immediate danger.
What time is it right now? Like, is it early morning hours? There's not many people up right now, or
It's just before dawn, so there's mostly it's
4:30.
people who are up are people who are starting to get ready for the royals, getting up, preparing for travel, cleaning. It's mostly like service, bare bones service people who are up right
okay.
now.
You know, the staff is coming by and putting all
plebs.
of the invoices under the doors.
The peasants.
You know,
That's right. Yeah, imperial invoice.
Send
All
them
right,
the bill.
so let's make our way to the. We'll take him out on our ship.
Okay, so you guys are making your way for your ship, and then so your ship is a personal ship which will take you to the Highliner, which is the guild navigation ship, which is scheduled to leave later that day, which will then take you through intergalactic travel back to your home. So as you guys make your way into the ship, like I said, it's like a more smaller ship, and then how this works effectively is your ship will then take off, get permission, take off. It takes off from the planet, goes into the orbit of the planet Carino, where the Highliner is currently sitting, and you guys effectively dock your entire ship into the Highliner, and then the Highliner will, like I said, transport you guys back home in a few hours.
Hey, real quick. Back on the map, who's this asshole in the upper right-hand corner?
That was Terrence. Terrence came with you guys. Terrence Persephone.
Is he still breathing?
Yeah, he's still alive.
The fuck, Terrence? Why didn't you warn anybody?
I don't know what's
We
going
got
on.
it.
What was going on?
Did you
Everybody's
throw up,
talking-
Terrence?
No.
Terrence didn't throw up?
There was nobody in my room.
Goddamn, Terrence so fucking stupid. They don't even want to poison his ass.
What a piece of
Uh,
shit.
quick recap. Terrence is like the stupid second removed cousin that's like 16th in line for house ruler that no one likes.
He
The
gets
team-
all. He gets all the shit jobs.
The team has already had to save once.
Absolutely no one likes him. Not even his own mother.
So Gil, you can choose to like him if you'd like, but he's
I
not.
saved
very
him
likable.
just because he's part of the family. I had to save him.
He's
Right,
he's the noble that gets sent to things that none of the other nobles want to go to.
Yeah.
And that if someone dies there, it doesn't really matter.
It always goes like
Like-
this. Just send Terrence. Every conversation ever. All right, so I will say you guys moving on to the next scene. I will say you guys are able to successfully make it to the ship, dock with the Highliner. As the rules of the world go, nobody fucks with anybody on a Highliner. That's the quickest way to no longer be allowed on a Highliner, which is the quickest way to be non-existent in the universe. The guild don't fuck around. So,
As soon as we get on our ship and they start like doing those preparations, I will start watching all of the video
all right.
to get as much information as possible.
So, Jace is gonna watch video. What's the rest of
Did
the team doing?
Stray, can you do a danger sense in case somebody got on our ship while we weren't here?
Yeah, I can make a roll. In addition to my danger sense, I'd like to try to gather as much information as possible on the poisoning of the Corinthians, try to get an idea of who was killed and everything.
Okay, so that'll be kind of two separate things.
Okay.
So give me a danger sense. And just to be clear, danger sense is not all encompassing.
It's
No,
only
but it
like
gives us a
for an
little
immediate
idea, right?
scene, like
Right.
if we're in danger, like immediately. So I don't
Right,
I don't
but-
know that it would have any effect on whether or not I would know if someone stowed away on our
Gotcha.
ship or something.
Yeah, I'm saying like danger
Okay.
sense. Danger sense is not like there's definitely not a bomb anywhere on this giant ship. So
I guess I'm
Just go
going to walk my ship, inspecting, checking all the smuggling, hidden compartments and everything, make sure nobody's stowed away on the ship. Be nice. We're
Okay.
gonna see you in the morning, right? Get some rest. And I'm gonna do a danger sense just to make sure I don't sense any Jubal Earlys or anybody hiding out on the ship.
sure, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's not like I rolled the danger sense. What do you mean there's trouble
Yeah.
all of a sudden? It's not like an end all be all. So
Can I get a difficulty on that?
2.
2. Okay.
It's your ship. You know your ship very well.
Okay, I'm not gonna spend any momentum. I'm just gonna roll 2 die. Ew.
You know your
Thanks.
ship very well. Everywhere you would hide stuff on your ship, no one else hid anything on your ship.
Okay, cool.
That could be because the places you hide stuff on your ship is so well hidden. No one would have even found those places to hide stuff, but who knows?
As for Trey's other thing that he wanted to do, I have not used my inside informant yet, my asset, so I will go ahead and
Pick
contact-
a lane, Jace. Pick a lane. Are you watching video?
No, I'm saying, can I?
Hey, Jace,
lend-
you got any inside informants in the Corinthia family?
Can I lend him my asset to do that?
You can.
All right.
Hey, Jace, give
I
me
thought-
Bobby's
I
number.
thought-
I need to find out who all we killed.
I thought you already used that though for something.
No, I used the blackmail information to get the better room.
That's what
I
it
had.
was. You're right.
They
Okay.
were two separate. They were two separate things.
You're right. You're right. It was black.
No,
Gotcha.
we
Okay.
did use an informant to plant the wine, though.
Oh, that's right.
Correct.
I did
No,
you use the
no,
informant?
no.
You
We didn't
used
use
your
an
like.
informant. We used one of our guys, and I did the understand check with the focus and the determination.
And then we used
to
the
make sure I didn't
determination to
fuck
make
it
sure
up.
it's
Yeah,
succeeded.
you used
Okay.
you did the automatic success thing. You didn't do the informant. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah,
didn't use
okay.
an asset for that?
No.
Okay, I thought we did for some reason.
You
All
just used one of the house. You used like the house Carino staff.
Okay, yeah, Jace, let me borrow Ricky Bobby, find out who all we killed.
Sure. So I'll roll an understand to help. Is that good, or is that a
Oh,
communication?
I don't know. I don't know what you're rolling. Understand?
When
What do
Trey's
you know?
when Trey wrote when Susan,
For his danger sense.
No, for when he tries to figure out.
Trying to
what's
gather
going on.
info on who all we killed from the Corinthians.
Oh, so you're gonna okay? So you're not using your informant.
No, I am. I'm
Yes,
gonna
we
lend
are.
it to- we are. We're
Okay.
using the informant. Just tell
So
us.
you're
something.
using the informant. You're gonna say you have an informant in house Corinthia.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're also going to help. Got it. So
I'd like to
you're-
help as well.
I thought you were making the roll. One of you has
I'll-
to actually roll. One
I'll
of you
make-
has.
I'm going to help myself.
for
I'll make the
fuck's
roll.
sakes.
I'll make the roll, and Trey's gonna help. Is that okay?
Oh shit!
That's fine.
good?
It's
Okay.
fine.
All
Wait,
right.
is it too late for meat? I'm just kidding.
You
I'm
can
fucking with
try
you.
and
I'm
help.
fucking with you. No.
Although I don't know what a sword will do.
We're
in
going
this
to
situation.
conference Jack in.
All right.
We'll use the spider phones.
And so
So we can go. Damn it, you died.
Yeah, no,
So-
Jack can help. He's going to use his voice modulator so nobody knows it's us talking to him.
I'm losing it here. I'll say this is a communicate roll.
Okay. That's good. All right. Communicate. And all right. This is a truth. I think would be a good drive for that. Although I don't even know what the hell my drive statement is for truth. Oh, the truth is what we make it. I don't know if that's going to be applicable.
I would challenge that. If it's somebody who's true. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there.
Well,
I'm going to
It's- the truth is what I say it is.
help him using communicate, and I'm going to use duty. My duty statement is what must be done, must be done. I don't necessarily agree with poisoning them, but it had to happen.
I think that's a fair statement.
well,
I have
you
a
know what, though?
focus of diplomacy. Would this qualify as diplomacy?
No, because this is more like an espionage.
Okay, all right.
You're not dealing in like direct diplomacy. This is more
Yeah.
like under the table.
Okay,
Okay, so-
rolling one die. No successes.
Would this fall under like duty? Because this does serve the house. We serve the house, serving ourselves. We're
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I would say the original act you're trying to get more information on definitely served the house. So
okay.
duty can apply.
But I don't have a focus that fits this, so it's 2 dice.
2 dice.
And how many successes do we need?
2.
All right, I'm gonna.
Actually, I'll say 1 for this because if you're using your informant, I'll say that gives you a bonus 1. So I'll say 1.
Oh yeah, because it's an asset.
Yep.
Okay.
How does threat work again? Can we give you threat for a die?
You can basically anytime you would spend momentum instead of spending momentum, you can give me threat.
Okay, so I gotta.
Also, I should get. Ooh, nice. Also, I forgot, but I think it's 4 threat. I get 1 per person, I think, for your house type. I'm terrible
Makes
at this.
sense.
House minor, 1 threat per player. So I'm up to 5 threat.
You're
Oh
5.
man, I could have burned some threat. All right, so you got 1 success and a complication. All
And
right.
we find out the information, and then something went.
Hold on 1 second. I need to make myself a note so I remember this later.
Doesn't sound good, everybody.
All right, so you get word back from your informant, and then
That's right.
your informant goes dark, which is not completely abnormal, but it happens. But yeah, you get word back from your informant, and you guys were looking for basically kind of get a clearer understanding of the damage that was wrought. Is that
Yeah, we
true?
basically wanted like a roster.
A roster? Okay. Well, to keep your GM sane, I'm going to say that there were a total of 36 deaths in the family, 2 of which were 2 of the 6 sons to the house patriarch.
Do we know what birth order they were?
I'm going to say we can't roll different dice, can we?
No,
We get physical dice.
All right. If you have a physical dice, I would say grab a d6.
I don't.
All right.
Oh, I
I'm
can
gonna-
do this though. Hang on.
I can do it on my. I can do it if you want me to.
You wouldn't lie to us. It's fine.
All right. Roll me one more. Roll me.
I'll
again.
roll 3s.
roll again.
Sweet.
Oh, so the first and third son were killed. So you effectively killed the second in line.
we killed.
To the house.
We killed the heir, and we killed.
You killed the heir, and you killed.
I
the
thought
third
low
in
was
line.
good.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the eldest and the third eldest.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which and usually like the second is like the amiable younger brother who doesn't really want to rule, and the third one is the ambitious little shit. So we got the good one left.
this.
And then by the time you get to the fourth one, they're like dumb. So it's okay.
Terrence.
Yeah.
Then we have
They're like
Terrence.
Terrence.
Yeah, you get to
Terrence is the only one that gains anything from this, really.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll give this news to Pablo and Maria.
Pablo is currently not taking visitors, but Maria hears you out, and she says, Pablo's resting at the moment. We're still unclear as to what, if any, long-term effects the poison may have.
Didn't
I
have
would
any
also
of the best
advise-
doctor in the world.
I would also advise everyone else getting checked, but
Yeah, I need to get checked. Do we have another
Who
doctor?
are the ones that got stabbed? John and you?
Do we have another doctor?
No, I think it
He
was me and
says-
Jim.
he says holding up 2 bloody scalpels.
I got you, boys.
Who's ready for a prostate exam?
Yeah.
Wait, that's how I check your poison level.
With
Thank
his
you.
tongue.
Maria says, thank you for informing me, though. I appreciate that. And unfortunately, I don't think we've done enough. And she kind of gives you like the hard stare. And she says, but I'm going to rest as well before our trip back. So
He
I
was
will-
unharmed, though, right?
I will
The
look
last
forward to
battle?
talking to you. Maria was? Yeah, she was
Yeah.
unharmed.
Okay.
Unharmed. She says, but I will look forward to talking with you once we return back to Elysium.
You boys need to come back to my sick bay. Take your clothes off.
Could you just do a check, please?
What do I do? Or what do I roll for that?
Did I do a check, please?
No, I'm talking
For
about.
me to check
Oh.
them in case they're
Oh, it'd be discipline.
discipline and well,
Use
it's my
use-
duty to figure out what's wrong with you.
use that discipline. How do you not have any focuses, motherfucker?
I don't have any focuses at all. I haven't used my points to build any.
You
That
don't have-
tracks,
no, you
Chris.
s-
That
you
really
s-
does track.
Aaron
You
never
started-
completed his
Have
character
focus.
sheet.
I'll get with you later. You should have focuses.
I mean,
Gus probably has focuses. Let's have him roll.
I'm just gonna start writing in the focuses I think you would have: discipline, eat faces, discipline, poison. All right, go ahead. It'd be a discipline roll.
2 again for both of them.
Success 2, yes. I'll say you can do them at the same time, so you can check both of them. All right. So looking at them, it doesn't appear that the poison is terminal. It's not affecting their any of their vital systems. It does seem to be some sort of neural agent, and it appears to be something that makes them almost like a sleeping agent, but it makes them more easily slip into like a REM state.
So it's like a neurotoxin.
Basically, yeah. But it doesn't.
From the-
But it's
from
not
the
like. But it's
bladder
not
of
like
a
a.
pufferfish.
But it's not like a neurotoxin which like disables your nerve system.
It clouds your judgment of things.
Like I said,
It makes you
dro-
tired.
It makes you it basically it's kind of like almost like what would be a sleep agent, but it doesn't seem to be constantly active.
They gave you a bunch of Benadryl.
Maybe for like hypnosis or something.
I would
For
say
type
you
of poison.
I would say you can't determine the exact like effects of it, but you do know that it would, like I said, it would put you into some sort of kind of like REM state. So, you know, I don't know if that's used for hypnosis or not.
Cure that?
Making us
I-
more suggestible.
maybe.
I mean, I suggested you guys get in the sick bay and take your clothes off. You said no, so it can't be that strong.
I'm getting naked.
Alright.
So can I look for a way to, cure them? It doesn't have to be like right immediately, but
You could. So I would say if you want to take the action to try and figure out some sort of cure, then that would open up the ability to spend momentum to remove those tricks.
I would like to do that
Okay. So that's
because otherwise they're not at 100%, and we don't know what the full longevity is of the potion or the poison. So I'd rather figure out what we can do to
Alright.
fix that.
so while you're in doing some doctor shit and investigating the poison,
And I'm using his
Uh,
heart because I assume it's the same type of poison that he injected himself with.
it is not at all.
Okay. Well then I have 2 different cases that are fun.
All right. So
Oh, that's right. You said the one in the his was cardiac. That's right.
yeah, Shanud and Jack. So Shanud, you were kind of taking a look at your ship, but it's going to be a little bit longer of a trip back. So you have a few hours. Is there something you would like to generally be doing in a few-hour trip?
No, I was probably just helping Jace search up, I guess,
Okay.
information on what we did to House Corinthia, and I
All
guess
right.
going to McLarge's to get a doctor's physical, get a good checkup,
Gotcha.
turn my head and cough, that sort of thing.
Sure. Jack.
I'm gonna work on different moist modifications that I would like to
Shut
then
the
turn
fuck up.
into a way to like cause fear, potentially like in different situations. And I think there's I know I'm not just making up a focus or an asset.
Intimidate,
There's something.
communicate, intimidate.
Yeah, there's something that's intimidate.
Yeah, well,
I wanna add.
communication focus for intimidate, yeah.
So you're going to add the focus of intimidate, and your in-game ploy for that is you're going to create some sort of like vocalization.
So Jack has a mask like part of his armor, as you can see in the picture that I sent you, and so his mask not only protects his face from cuts and stuff, but it also has some different features. Like I was gonna maybe give him some like heat goggles or something. I haven't figured that out. But one of the things right now he's working on is voice modifications
Sure.
to cause fear.
So I will allow this with two
Excellent.
caveats. One, you now have to start talking in a British accent, and two, your helmet doesn't always work when you want it to.
Okay, why British?
I'm fucking with you. It was from a different campaign.
Okay.
It was a bad throwback.
Hey, governor.
No, I like that. All right.
Oh, governor!
But this will only happen if Jack is like sitting in the room with Jason Shanud trying to watch carefully the video, and you're like kind of like leaning back in your chair, like just repeatedly making voice sounds, and like, you know, you're helping, you know, but Jack isn't bored and just keeps like making voice sounds.
Hey guys, does this one sound scary? Or do you guys like
I love it.
maybe
I
like
love
a
it.
musical one?
Oh my god.
Hey, yo, tell me what you want.
Sorry, guys. I'm working on it.
It's now canon. This is how this trip goes. Perfect.
Do you guys like kind of something along this line? Like this one
Oh my
scares
God.
me.
John, I swear to God, if you do this next week, I'm booting you from the fucking game. Oh shit.
Mr. Gill. So you're now on the ship home. I would say your time might be best spent also helping looking through the video. You could assist in that. It also would seem like since you're a soldier with the conscripts, that might be something that you were interested in, how they got in, how they attacked you guys. The other thing I would suggest, and you could probably help there with your tactics, about trying to analyze the video with your tactics specialty. So I would say possibly one of the other ways you could possibly use your time would be if you wanted to kind of determine maybe the type of soldiers that would use the gold and the gold masks. If you wanted to try to do some digging, asking around about that sort of stuff, that may also be beneficial. But I leave it up to you. What will Gil be doing on this trip?
Definitely going through the footage. Can I do the checking on the masked guys concurrently?
I will say you could do that. Yeah, near the end of the trip. I will say
Okay.
that you could also try and kind of maybe ask around about that. But yeah, so I would say based, like I said, I think you have a specialty in tactics, and so you could. I don't think anybody else who'd be watching the video has that kind of skill set. So you'd probably be beneficial in that way. So,
Yes.
all right. So I need the three of you that are watching video. Jack doesn't count because he's playing around. The three of you who are watching video, roll me your what you think would be best skill fit. So, like I said, I think Gil, you'd probably be looking at it from a more soldier battle tactics aspect. So you can use battle. I would say battle, discipline, or understand would all be applicable here. So you can make your choice of which one you want to use. And so you'll roll me that. And then I will say no one's helping. You're just doing your own rolls. And I will say we need a combined 4 successes from the three of you.
Okay.
So while you guys are doing that, Mr. Gill,
Yes.
if you pull up that Dune dice roller,
Got it.
so you'll see there's a skill list and a drive list. So skill, I think you'll probably want to use battle. So if you select battle, and then drive, what drive do you think would best apply to Gil's current action? So I would probably suggest maybe either duty or justice. So you're trying to find out, you're trying to do your duty about why your house was breached, right? So that was kind of your duty as a guard, as a soldier, to defend against that. And so there's that. Or possibly justice. Like I said, you guys were attacked unjustly, you could say. So you could also use justice if you wanted to. But the drive choice is up to you.
Okay. All right. So I'm on the Dune dice roller, and then
Okay.
under target number, skill plus drive, I'm putting. Says value must be greater than or equal to 8.
So yeah. So I'm sorry. If there's a target number, then you would add your duty score and your skill score combined, and then put that number in that box. My dice roller must look different than your guys's.
You have something that's wow. Mine doesn't have like a target number. Mine just has.
It says skill plus drive, and I have to add them both together.
Yeah. So like, if you're using, are you going to use duty or justice or something else?
I was going to do battle and duty.
Okay. So your battle and duty, so that'd be a 14. So your
Yep.
target score would be a 14.
Got it.
And then using determination, you have a determination point to use, but I would just say don't worry about that right now.
Got it.
Just don't use determination. Focus, I would say you can check the use focus because you're going to be using tactics for this.
Okay.
So like you're looking at it from, like I said, from like a tactical soldier mindset to try and see how people infiltrated your defenses.
Yes.
So you could use tactics. And then pool size, you'll leave it 2 unless you want to spend momentum to increase your dice pool size. And how that works is you can spend, for 1 momentum, you can buy 1 extra die. So your dice pool would go to 3. And then for 3 momentum, you can buy 2 extra die. So your dice pool would increase to 4. So, but that, who uses momentum or if nobody uses momentum, that's kind of an internal discussion amongst the players. All right. So, and then once you have all that set, complication range is just default to 20. Leave it at 20.
Got it.
And then you'll just choose to roll.
All right, let's do it.
There you go. So you got 1 success and a complication. So if you click on the little where it says successes, it'll show you your actual rolls if you want to ever see
Okay,
it.
yeah.
So
6 and 20, got it.
yeah. All right. So we have 1 success. Winning. And a complication.
I'm gonna use understand and duty.
Okay. And Shanood. We need 1 more success.
I'm sorry, what am I rolling?
So this is for you analyzing the video,
Okay.
and I said it would understand discipline or battle. It's up to you for the drive, how you're looking at it.
Okay,
Or,
I'm
sorry,
going
for the
to
skill.
use skill of discipline. I don't think danger sense or smuggling would apply, and I will use. Hell, I don't really know what drive would apply here. Power. Great power must be kept in check. Trying to determine who betrayed us. Not using a focus. Rolling 2 successes.
All right, so I'm going to give you guys a point of momentum since you were 1 over as a group. And man, I do not know what to do here for this complication, so I'm going to think on it for just a minute. But while we're doing that, analyzing the video, as the video is unfolding, you guys are able to kind of initially point out and see, not much is going on, nothing normal. The only traffic through the hallways are, individuals in Persephone garb. So it looks to be all Persephone guards. They seem to acknowledge each other, so it seems like everything's above board. At one point in time, one of the guards is out on patrol, and you kind of catch it. It seems a little weird. He kind of stops for a second down one of the hallways, and Shanood and Gil, you guys are able to kind of also start to analyze it and give it a little bit of help. And one of you guys noticed that there appears to be kind of just off to the side down like a connecting hallway where you can't see exactly, but you can start to kind of see pieces of elbow and maybe like a little bit of some sort of garment of someone who looks to be talking to the guard. And the guard stops there and just for a second, kind of looking around at first, maybe like trying to, like he's looking for something, and pauses for a second and then starts to walk back towards the guard station, like on his normal patrol. And as he approaches the guard station and enters the guard station, you guys can see that on the internal camera for the guard room, I guess I'll call it the guard room, not a guard station, the guard walks in and immediately pulls his blade, and as the other soldier is standing up, you can see Gil. You recognize the movements that you've also been trained in. That it's clearly like House Persephone training. It's not someone else who's wearing House Persephone garb, but you see him as he quickly stabs and attacks the guard, and then moves to start to turn off the cameras throughout the system. However, he almost kind of and as this is happening from the other angles, you guys can start to piece together. From the other angles, you start to see the gold cloaked men start to walk around, and as that is happening, you see what looks to be probably the woman that he was talking to originally. She's wearing same colored garments, kind of steps around into the hallway briefly, and there is no audio at this point on the actual tapes. So whether they were using some sort of dampener or something else, the audio effectively goes silent. But you see her as she steps around into the hallway, and then you see the guard who just stabbed the other man, the other Persephone guard, almost kind of like snap to for just a second, and then he starts to walk back down the hallway and effectively walks off with the woman.
Could you see her face?
You can see her face. However, her face is covered in a golden mask and garment. However, her golden mask is much more decorative than the other
Benny
golden
Gesserit,
masks,
bitch.
with small, like, wavy spikes coming off of it that almost like you know how you would see like an animated version of like a star, how they have kind of like the wavy, it has like those coming off the top of the golden mask.
Can you I see the picture you shared. Can you see her mouth on the video? Like, if somebody could read lips, would they be able to read her lips and see what she said?
You can see her mouth, but you do not hear anything. She does look to be talking, but you can't hear any audio from that part of the video.
Can any of you guys read lips?
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that some skill?
Anybody want to spend some advancement points and learn how to read lips real quick?
I will say you guys could spend momentum, 2 points of momentum, to create an asset which would be able to enhance the video hologram. This being
we're gonna enhance. We're gonna do some CSI.
Yeah.
I want to zoom in.
Enhance.
To get a better view of her mouth. That would make it so that you guys can read the lips if you want to.
I mean, we got 3. I say let's do it.
Yeah, fuck it. Do it.
I'm gonna go ahead and metagame here and say that the guards were already given the fucking shot that we got that made them suggestible, and she just told them to go fucking kill everybody or whatever. But yeah, let's confirm that with some lip reading.
So you spend the 2 momentum points. Like I said, you're able to use your more advanced equipment in your ship to kind of enhance and analyze the video. And you can see briefly when you're seeing her, just like I said, just the edge of her, you can kind of see her brief elbow for a second, kind of like the pins on her mask. You're able to catch just a brief glimpse of her mouth, and you can tell she's saying the word kill. And then later in the video, as she stepped out into the hallway and you can clearly see her reading her lips, you can see that she is demanding, "Come to me." And before she turns around.
Now, can I? So I have a very clear picture of like the bottom portion of her face, right?
Of her mouth, yeah.
Like as it is in like the picture with the nose, or just the mouth?
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see the end of her nose as well.
Okay, I am gonna spend a little extra time and commit that to fucking memory.
Okay.
That way, if I ever see that nose and mouth again, we know who to kill.
All right, fair enough. Kill list.
Can we tell
Active?
this is a Bene Gesserit mother, or is she dressed in like a gold cloak and disguising herself?
She's dressed in a black and gold garb, which is like it is decorated with filigree, like nice gold filigree. So she's a little bit more. Her whole outfit, while it clearly calls to the same gold robes and gold mask, I would say it's much more personalized and decorative, right? So to you it indicates a person of higher stature in whatever group this is a safe assumption there. But yeah, so I would say you, without being able to see her face and looking at the garb she's wearing, it is not traditionally Bene Gesserit. So you can't really say, yes, that is a Bene Gesserit.
So Bene Gesserit trained, not necessarily a member of the order.
She doesn't appear to be a member of the Bene Gesserit, like a Reverend Mother or something of the Bene Gesserit, from comparatively to the ones you've seen.
Right. But but it does appear that she's using the voice.
Does she appear to identify as a woman?
She
Is she the mother?
She appears to
PC of you.
identify as a meat popsicle.
Okay. So if I said
I don't
appears to
know.
be a Bene Gesserit trained mother, ordered suggestible members to kill, would that be an acceptable statement?
I mean, I don't think you're metagaming too much. I think you're fine there.
Okay.
I would say that's probably what your characters would take away from that situation.
Do I also have time to like look through the star charts on the ship for Arcrulus?
Sure. I'll say you can take that as your second thing if you want. Gil, as you're asking around the ship, speaking to kind of other soldiers, trying to get an idea of golden masked individuals, there is one soldier that you come across who was working in some reclamations, which is effectively, he explains to you, it's when houses are stuck in a situation in which a planet becomes inhabitable and they need to move, entire populations basically off of planets. He was working those a few years back, and he ran into a group of people who, some of them did wear golden masks. They didn't wear golden robes, but they did have similar golden masks to what you described. And he does confirm that it was on a planet called Agrilos.
Who did Gil get this info from?
Like another soldier in the ranks. That is stationed underneath Gil. So is there any other questions, or would you like to speak further to the soldier or soldiers, or I open it up to you just in case, I don't know if there's, again, being thrown into the kind of story and the conversation. I know it's kind of hard to kind of really know what to ask, but if you wanted to get any further information,
Ask him
you
for his
definitely
birth sign.
can. Leo, obviously.
Does he eat fish?
Yeah, he's a fucking lion.
Is he pescatarian?
No.
Now let's brainstorm. What other questions can we ask this guy?
That's what you got for us, guys. You gotta have a question.
I was going to defer to you, Aaron.
What?
Oh, please don't.
Can we cut his
Please.
face off?
That's the one thing you're not allowed to do, Gus. Defer to fucking Aaron.
What? So wait. So this guard was doing reclamation for a house, right?
For the Empire.
For the Empire. Okay. So what house was
It's-
being moved, and where were they going?
He doesn't remember that. It was a smaller house. They
What
were
was
being
the-
moved. They were being moved off planet. He was basically there to just load up the ship with like their shit.
Okay. What was the date?
It was a couple.
What was-
It was like a couple years ago. He,
What was the
he
name of
doesn't
the
know the
planet?
exact date. He knows the planet was called Agrilos.
So they were moving off Agrilas?
Yeah, he was helping a house basically evacuate.
But you don't remember the name of the house?
He doesn't.
Where did they move them to?
Their boxes all had, and this is all going to Gil. So Gil, I'm assuming you're telling everybody else later.
Tell everybody, Gus.
Exactly.
Yeah. He does remember their boxes had a like white shield on it that had a black branch and a black snake.
Do I know that symbol?
I would say you do not. It's a smaller house, so you probably don't know it.
Does
They
he
do
know
not-
what planet they moved them to?
He does not. He loaded up. He basically was on Agrilos, loaded up the ship. You know.
Does
ship's
he
going
remember the
somewhere
name of the ship that he was on?
else. No.
Can he tell me who number 2 works for?
Wait, is this one of those things? Maybe we have to ask him 3 times.
I
Yeah.
think this is. I think this is one of those things where your GM has no additional information to give you.
All right, so boxes
so
had
when
white
we get
shields
back
and
to the
black
planet,
branches.
Chris,
Snake.
just for next time, when we get back to the planet, Jace will be looking all of that shit up in whatever databases we have.
Of course you fucking will. Of course you will. Because now I have to come up with something because I hate you.
Could have just been you gave us the info. Like, suck it.
No, now I have to come up with it. All right. Anyway, so Gil, you do that. I think Jace, you were saying you wanted to go through star charts.
Yeah,
You-
well, I mean, once Gil's like, hey, I have
Sure.
a guy who was there.
You start going through them to try and find out exactly where Agrilos is, however.
Yep.
And it takes you longer than you would expect. After hearing Gil, you're not finding initially. After Gil comes by and is able to, and Gil, if you want to roleplay it out, I will be happy to let you. If you want to put Jace in his place, I'm all for it. Because he's a smug son of a bitch.
Do it,
But-
Gil.
But after Gil informs you of this information, it dawns on you that you need to check the archived section of planets that are no longer part of the Empire. And sure enough, there is a planet in the Ruurdot system. I'll just type this out because you guys are... Because I make up stupid names that, nobody can talk about. But anyway, in the Ruurdot system, Agrilos is a planet, and you find out that in that system, the star, Junglar, has become a red giant and is slowly dying. And therefore, the planet of Agrilos only has an expectation of 1,200 more years of habitability. And therefore, the Empire put it into its reclamation program, which basically means everyone who wants to be moved off the planet gets to be moved off the planet, move the houses that will still be part of the Empire to another planet in the Empire, provide them new land, and strip the planet of as much resources as possible because that planet no longer matters to the Empire. That being said, the planet itself is still currently habitable, as I said, for the next 1,200 years.
Well, I think I know where we need to go.
Can I just point out this music is very awesome for questioning a guard.
You think it fits? All right. Anybody else doing anything on the trip?
I'm just working on my voice modulator.
I know you are, man. You're the highlight of the show. I don't even know why we're here. Could just be 4 hours of you.
John, I swear to God, if you use that during my game, I will kill you.
Dude,
No promises. Depends if they give me a
I'm-
potion.
I'm like the exact opposite, man. I'm like, yeah, dude, pull it out. Do whatever you want with it. Put it
Yeah,
down.
but Chris,
When the
And-
situation calls.
I have 7, and if John starts using that, like I will,
Oh,
like
all of
here-
them will.
Here's my control of the game, and there it goes. Like,
Oh, I'm sorry that you'll
forewarn
have
you.
to spend one night feeling like me in this fucking game.
I'm gonna forewarn you, if I'm ever a bard, It's definitely getting used.
Well, I mean, look, if you want to use it, if you want to like have one that's an actual voice for your character, feel free. Anyway, sorry,
No,
I don't mean,
yeah.
I don't mean to sidetrack that much.
I would like to take this moment to take a quick
bio break, whiskey.
Yeah. If everybody's
Whiskey
okay with that,
break.
and then we will start our next scene. So you guys will lose a threat. I'll go ahead, or you guys will lose some momentum. So I'll go ahead and do that. You'll start your next scene back on Elysium.
Okay, cool.
Thank you guys. I'll be right back.
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Handsome man. How you doing, Gus? Doing all right?
Absolutely. It's super cool.
Gus, are you feeling alright? It's
Absolutely.
a little confusing tonight, but it's gonna make more sense.
Hey, Gus,
Yes.
feel free to just chime in when you want to, man.
Yeah, man.
Don't be shy.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah. No, I'm kind of just getting my bearings and
Say some
watching how you
stupid
guys-
shit.
watching how everyone reacts and.
I know myself well enough as a player that I will take up as much like runtime as possible. So Aaron has as little as possible because he gets up to weird shenanigans.
I do a good
No.
job. Don't get mad at me.
To the best doctor.
Dude,
I'm
you're
the best doctor.
You're like the reason why we're like, it's gonna come out like why did the Emperor turn against us? Because your doctor
Not
is
me.
fucking insane.
I didn't do anything that didn't help the Empire.
Somehow I
Eventually. It'll help
I
him
don't-
eventually.
I don't feel
I
like
didn't
that's true.
do anything to hurt the Empire.
Oh god, it's so good. I'm so happy we have this.
Oh, dude, it's best when you kill people like Call of Duty and stuff.
Yeah.
The thing that makes me mad though, so every time I close it, I have to reset my keybinds.
Oh, that's annoying. I don't have that problem. No, Jim, I just figured because it's futuristic and I have a mask, I get to fuck with the voice modulator. I'm definitely still Irish in your game, so that doesn't make any sense. But I did think it would be funny if you were a bard that you have a spell that auto-tunes you and makes you sound like that. I thought that would be
You
funny.
sound even better.
Yeah. But other than that, it doesn't really make sense in the D&D situation. In this one, though, it does.
Because I want to play a game. A motherfucking game. Game over. A really good game. Yeah. Do the thing, motherfucker.
I feel like
This
Just
one,
a bunch of friends
this one really bothers me.
to get through this.
It's gonna be okay, Jim.
Jim, you
Worry.
look so good.
Is he frozen or is he just sad?
He's not sad.
What seems to be the problem?
There is no problem.
He likes the problem. So how many girls did you kick out of your bed this week, Aaron? 0. That one was too quiet. Couldn't hear you.
I don't know what you mean.
So good. So stupid and so good.
It's horrible.
There's so many.
Radio Demon.
That sounds exactly like what's that? Phasmophobia that you love so much.
I hate that game, but this would be funny if you're like, hey, Aaron, can I get some information?
Can you use?
Over.
Can't you use this one where it's supposed to jam it, but I don't think it actually works.
I've never noticed it working.
Whatever, it's fine. I think a lot of these don't actually work.
Wait, here we go. I don't know how this is romantic, but
You
it is.
sound. You just have a deeper voice. That's all.
So you could use this one, and it breaks up when you're speaking, apparently. But it doesn't do it often enough to make it have a big difference. Use this. Horrible. Oh god. I'm in the room.
I can't tell a difference.
That one's actually pretty good. I'm gonna use that one. You know that everybody regrets that you and I have this now, by the way.
Oh, I know. Everybody's so
There's not-
happy.
There's not a single person that regrets us having this.
One of my favorite purchases of 2022. Getting into Call of Duty and being like, suck my dick is the greatest thing to do.
True.
It's really good. I'm
Enjoy
not gonna
it.
lie. You know how fucking confusing that is when somebody's like, you shit on you and you're like, I'm coming back. And they're like, oh fuck.
I'm coming back.
I just like the.
You wanna play a game? I'll play a game.
So they used to have one. It was called like Devil or something. And
Yeah.
Mitchell used to see it all the time. And whenever he got killed in Gulag, it actually sounded like the devil. God damn it!
No, it was a good purchase, man. I'm really glad that that your boy introduced us to it.
Had it for like a year, and this is the second time I've used it.
Just in time for Jim to enjoy.
Well, that's why we turned it back on. He's so stoic.
He's a stoic man.
Looking good, buddy.
Yeah. We wanted to ask the soldiers more questions.
What?
I'm
no,
just kidding.
I'm
I'm
not
just
gonna- I'm
kidding.
not gonna ask.
I'm
You almost had me.
I'm almost
had me.
only joking. Jack's still busy just tinkering.
All right. So you guys.
Am I supposed to
arrived-
keep this hotel map open still? Or do I? Oh, I can't close it anyways.
Do I have? I don't have one. I don't have one built for Elysium. I'm sorry. No pretty visuals for Elysium. So you guys return home back to Elysium. Family safe and secure back in the Persephone Palace. And a little bit more information. What is the party getting up to now?
I'm still working on trying to figure out how to get the poison out of my bros. So I need to go to the labs of science.
Okay, I will say spending some time in your lab with the samples, you can determine a way that can remove the poison entirely. Also, I will say you're able to determine, excuse me, the acute effects of the poison, which are that under certain hypnotic conditions increases the susceptibility to audio sounds. So it heightens the
Certain
the
frequencies
ear.
type of
Well,
thing.
yeah, heightens the ear nervous system, whatever it's called. I don't know if the ear is actually a nervous system. I'm clearly not a doctor. But
Could,
anyway, that's what it does.
could you synthesize this poison?
That's what I'm gonna. I mean, after I cure you guys, I can give it a try. Because the only actual samples to synthesize out of it would be coming out of you.
So I was thinking, since we've still got that the chick that was on the aircraft that crash landed. We don't know what the her trigger word is or whatever. I wonder if we could give her this poison and make her give us all the information she has.
But it could be fatal to her. We don't know that.
Well, she's not much use to us as she is anyway.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
I would say
be researching the Rodat system and trying to find out what house has a white shield with a black branch and a black snake.
I hate you all. Okay, fair enough. So I will say, so while you're doing that research, I will say,
Do I have to roll for it?
No, I will say that, you know, based on your previous rolls, you can synthesize the poison if you would like to.
Okay, I will do that, and then figure a way to get it. Well, if I have to, the easiest way is to just do a full blood transfusion through both of them. Then I can synthesize their old blood and pull out the toxins, and that's what we are gonna have to synthesize it.
I don't think any of that's true. You could just create like an antitoxin, right?
Nope, not without all their blood.
You gotta pull out every bit of their blood first. Okay.
Yeah,
that
but
makes
it's a
sense.
transfusion. It's a transfusion. So they gotta sit there and hang out for like an hour. You know,
Hey,
be fine
Aaron's a
after
registered nurse, so I believe him.
He's just trying to trap you into friendship. He's like, no, you have to stay here for an hour while I pull out all your
Well, I'm
blood.
not
and
gonna
put it
be
back
there.
in.
They're just gonna be there by themselves.
Oh,
It'll be a
it's-
timer. They can pull it out on their own.
It's even worse. He just wants you to waste an hour. All right. All right. So, rest of the party, is there anything specific you guys want to do? I guess. What direction are you headed?
I will be going through all the data for the. I want to see if I can find anything else about Agrulis, what they produced, what minerals are being taken out of, any factions, what house was on the planet. All of that information that will be relevant.
Okay. So you and Shanut are kind of working together to do
Yeah.
information dive on the planet.
Yeah.
Jack and Gil, you guys have
Just
anything
gonna
here?
go.
Well, I had one more thing too. I wanted to innocuously reach back out to my informant in the palace just to make sure everything's okay since he went dark. Just as a touch base check-in.
Okay.
Can we send that? I don't know if that's possible. It's got to be possible, right?
I mean, I would say you can try and contact. I mean, you have ways of contacting him. Obviously, he's your informant, so I'll say you can reach back out to him. So we'll circle back around to that. Jack and Gil.
I'm just gonna go immediately into training, and basically waiting to see what happens. But just start training with my knives and see if any cadets or anything are trying to get trained up, that kind of thing. Just kind of fall back into my house role while I wait to see what the next step of the war is going to be.
Okay.
Getting our guys ready.
Gil, anything specific that you're looking at?
And I'll be right back.
After watching the video, wanted to make sure that, what was called out, or what I noticed most was that the fighting skill was something that was within my house. So I wanted to try and find out if that was someone from my house or someone that was trained via my house.
Okay.
That went rogue or something.
That's right.
Gotcha. Okay. So we'll start with Jace and Shanud. So Agrilos was a planet that was a water-based, it was mostly water-covered planet, and their specialties and most of their exports were regarding fishing and aquatic delicacies for food consumption. So they were mostly like a production planet for fishing and aquatic delicacies.
Okay.
There was one major house which had rule over the planet, which was originally in the Atreides system, under their Great House of the Atreides, but they were not actually stationed. They were, as a house, they were not actually on that planet. So the planet was mostly run by a grouping of minor houses. You can find a few of the names of minor houses that that moved off the planet. Obviously, none of the houses are still there in an official capacity. They've all been transferred off the planet. But there was we'll say there was like, you can find information on 3 houses, 3 different minor houses. None of them really have any impact on anything. They were moved to another water-based system where they could continue their trades in fishing and aquatic collections.
Do we the White Shield, Black Branch, Black
Yes.
do we know what house that is now? Have I figured that out?
Yeah, I'll say combined, you guys can locate that house. It was also a minor house, and it was named Glenwood. House Glenwood.
Okay.
And they specialized in underwater farming, like rice fields and things.
And are they affiliated with any house, or are they?
They are currently not affiliated with any house, just themselves.
Okay, so
But as of now, none of the houses reside on Agralos.
right, but I'm still looking for information. So with my understanding of politics and smuggling and black market politics, okay, is there any thing that we could be is there any in that we could get with them in order to form a relationship so we can pump them for information about if the gold mask people, what they were doing, if they have knowledge?
I mean, you could. I mean, as another house in the Empire, you could easily open up diplomatic relations with them.
Okay, so I'll talk to Maria and Pablo about that. Since I'm not gonna go ahead, I'm not just gonna open diplomatic relations with another house without asking first.
Sure. Okay. And,
why not?
Shanud, anything other specific things you were looking for, or?
Can we tell what you may have covered this? Can we tell what planet they moved to? What planet these houses were moved to?
It was another aquatic planet. I don't have a name for you.
Okay, all right, not important.
Waterland.
I guess we just need to go check out the planet they came off of. I don't have anything else.
Aside from curing those two, want to see where this poison originates from? Is there a library or somewhere I can go to look it up?
From where the poison originates from?
Correct.
How
it's made.
Sure. I mean, you know how it's made. I mean, basically, it's not like a natural poison. It is chemically lab created.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Excellent. I have another thing to put with my 5 syringes in my pocket.
Yeah, no problem. Mr. Gill, so while you are doing your bit of digging, asking, or kind of looking around, trying to figure out what was the state of the guard that you saw in the video, you do come across that there was a guard who failed to return. There was a guard, Rodner Rill, who failed to return back on the ship unaccounted for. He was a guard in your house, so he was not like a a spy or infiltrator or anything. He was definitely trained in your house. Is known, has a family on your home planet of Elysium. But yeah, he is no longer. He's been basically MIA since the return back from the Landsride, and so basically
go visit this guy's
all
house.
all of the other guards were at least accounted for in death. He's the only one that was unaccounted for.
No.
We need to visit that guy's house.
Visit that guy's house and find out if they've heard from him yet.
Okay. Is the entirety of the group going? Are you kind of like relaying this information, informing everybody what's going on in the group going, or are you guys are Jason, Shanud, and Jack? Are you
I'll
guys
go.
going to kind of do your own thing?
Keep the group together. We'll go.
Well,
Strength
it's up
in
to
numbers.
them. I mean, if they tell us about it.
Yeah.
They haven't told us about it yet, so.
I'm gonna read their minds and I'll go.
I'm trying to be good and not just blurt shit out, so.
Fair enough.
Okay, I guess. What do you want to do? Do you want to bring everybody with you to go see this person, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so you guys make your way for the home, the Rill home, and as you guys get there, a brief knock on the door. Woman answers, and seeing you, Gil, and Jack as soldiers of the house, and kind of seeing she immediately starts to like clam up and be like, "What's happened? Is Rod okay?"
Oh, we haven't heard from Rod yet. We were hoping that you have.
I haven't. He was scheduled to get back tomorrow, I think, with the rest of the house, but he was stationed on the mission to the Landsrad vote on Carino.
So then I pull Jack aside and I ask, "What do you think?"
I mean, would Jack know?
If she's telling the truth or not.
I mean, Jack would say we should talk to Jim.
I'm not there.
Oh, it's just me? I thought everybody went.
No,
I
I'm
took
doing
the
my
whole
own
group.
thing.
Okay. All right. Well, fuck it.
I'm doing all my stuff. I'm
Okay.
I'm stepping back so
So
you guys can.
Okay. So
I think it's Gil, Jack, and Big McLarshush.
Okay. Is there anything that I can see with this person that would identify if they're being honest or not? Like any.
I would say you could roll me a communicate check. Difficulty 1.
Okay. Computer, please work.
I like it. Send the two most non-communicative individuals communicate.
Yep. That's pretty much what happened. There it goes. Sorry. Took me a second. All right. So just roll communicate. Sure. Why not?
Communicate. Roll
Hey.
it. Just a simple
I'm
communicate
gonna
check.
use truth because communication, truth, they go together. Trying to figure out the truth.
Okay.
Nice, perfect, excellent.
I mean,
Clearly, your method didn't work. I've
she
got one.
she seems all right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I just lean over and I'm like, she seems okay.
you kind of it's kind of that awkward stage of like, you may have just informed this lady
Exactly.
that her husband's not coming home type of thing, and so there's like this awkward thing like, I don't know, she seems upset, so she's probably truthful.
But how good of an actor is she?
You don't know her from previously to this, so you wouldn't know.
So now that I've synthesized this poison, we can technically use it on her.
You have truth serum?
I mean, if we hit the right frequency, it does the same thing.
I could just stab her in the hands and twist until we can get the truth out of her.
I don't want to do that. That's
Okay.
horrible.
All right.
Guys.
I say she seems pretty honest. Like, you basically told her husband's dead, so.
Missing in action isn't dead.
She's basically looking, still looking to you guys, like, for, like, wait, what's going on? Is my husband?
We have all
back?
our scouts out looking for him currently. We will let you know as soon as we find out something.
Unless there's something you want to tell us.
You won't know for sure until you stab her
I
in the
haven't seen him.
wrist.
I'm just, he was supposed to be home tomorrow. I didn't even know you were back.
Do they have kids?
They do not have kids.
Thank God.
Not even going there. No
I have
kids.
these little shots I want to try on the children.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would be like, yeah, look.
Yeah,
If you're telling the
no.
truth, then your kids will be, you'll be able to swear in your
No,
children's eyes.
there are no kids you can torture right now. Stop it.
Do they have fur
It's not
babies?
torture.
I don't know what your plan is, but no.
Do they have fur babies?
Yeah.
No. There's no other living creatures at this home.
They have fur babies.
You won't know for sure till you stab her in the wrist.
It's true.
Stop it. Stop it.
I just
All
tried
right.
to comfort her and tell her that we will let her know as soon as we hear something.
Okay. Yeah, so she really has nothing else to provide you at this point. She
Who?
has not.
Well, does
heard
she know
from
who his best friend
her
is?
husband. She doesn't. She knows he spends most of his time at work. You probably have a better idea of who he's around than I do. So,
I can synthesize this into a gas.
sorry that I can't be more. I apologize.
Well, if you see him, would you mind letting us know?
Yes, I can do that.
Here's my phone number. Actually, let's give him my email.
Are you trying to romance her right now?
Here's my line address.
Here's my comm icon. Here we go.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So you guys ask Mrs. Rill, the Rill household, about Rodner. No luck. Has not been seen. MIA.
But he's supposed to be home tomorrow, according to her.
Well, that
So
was when
should we-
but that was when all of you were originally scheduled to come back. So
Maybe
you
he
guys-
will come
you guys
back.
dipped out
We'll
early.
never know.
he might. There's a chance. There's always a chance. All right. So then, any other questions? I apologize. I didn't want to cut you guys off. Any other questions? All right. So then, I guess Jace and Shanud, you guys are waiting to talk to the family. Pablo, is that what's going on? Okay, so I'll say later that day, early in the afternoon, after everybody's had a time to kind of get back and settle out a bit and everything, a council meeting is called. Wide council meeting is called for the Elysium household, where Pablo Jr. Joins, and enters into the large meeting room. You guys have been here before. Most of you, if you have like a council position, have your own seats and are super special like that. As he enters, and the chatter kind of quiets down that everyone's having. Him and his mother Maria enter the conference and begins to look around and say, "Oh, well, we are clearly at war with House Corinthia. They have already struck once, leaving at least 3 of our guards dead. And so what is our next plans of action?" And he kind of looks around the room, waiting for any suggestions.
We kind of have a lead with what's-his-face. If we can find out any of his known associates within House Persephone, maybe we can get a leg up.
Who are you? Who?
The guy's house that we just went to, where his
Oh.
wife was, but we were supposed to
Gotcha.
be home, but we know he was the killer. And she said she doesn't know about his friends, but obviously he's got to have somebody that he talks to within House Persephone. If we can find his associates or people that he, was close with, maybe we can get some more information out of them and get a different step on where this might go to.
Can I thought we figured out that he was like poisoned with the same thing, and he was told, like suggested, like he wasn't really actually a traitor. Are we going on the assumption that he's a traitor?
Well, that was my meta game. So I'm
Yeah, but
assuming that he was
I
poisoned.
thought that's what we would have all assumed,
I mean,
because he got the poison.
it wasn't entirely metagamed. You guys.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
the poison.
You have the poison. You know what the poison does. You saw her utter the word to kill, right? And then gave him the command to kind of return to her, and he was clearly doing that. So there is a possibility that he was just a insider and he's just listening to what she says, right? But with the poison and everything else, I mean, you can infer also that there's a chance that he may not have been acting at his own will. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, you don't kill somebody that knows nothing.
You do if they're mind controlled.
I
If
don't
they
think
were
you
told.
don't waste your time on it. If it's a time-based attack like it was when we were in the rooms and stuff, you don't waste your time killing a guy that doesn't know anything about nothing.
well, the guard that he killed was the guard that was a lookout. Is that what
Right.
you're talking about? So he didn't kill him because of information. He killed him because because they were the people who were in charge of watching out for attackers.
Yeah, we would know that the voice, the Bene Gesserit's ability to control people with just their voice. So maybe this is some kind of neurological chemical that's capable of doing the same thing. So I mean, it's possible.
So
More likely that than.
With no one here being a Bene Gesserit, I would say there are definitely rumors, right? And the Bene Gesserit are considered witches, and like there are rumors that they can control you. I don't think any of you know exactly how it works, but there are definitely you guys would know that it's kind of a well-known rumor out there, right? That the Bene Gesserit can make you do things, and people don't like them for their witchcraftery, so to speak. It's Salem all over again. So I guess Pablo kind of looks around and looks to you, Jace, and says, "So what have you found? Should we be pursuing the traitors amongst our midst?" And he kind of looks over to Gloria as well. And she says, "We have found no indication of internal sabotage yet, but we are continuing to investigate the possibility of infiltrators in our ranks."
We're also following a lead back to the planet that the attacker said he was from. We know where it is. We know that Jungular, which is what he said to Jack, is the star, and it's a system that's slated for reclamation because it's got 1,200 years left before it is absorbed by its sun. So I was hoping to get permission to reach out to House Glenwood, which is a minor house that was on Agrila before it was abandoned, to see if there's any information we can gather about the populace there, people wearing gold masks, what they are, who they are, and dig into that.
Do we want to reach out to Glenwood, or do we just want to go straight to House Atreides?
How big of an influence does Glenwood have?
Not very. Which, well, the reason I say Glenwood is because they were on the planet, so they may have information about the sect with the golden masks more than Atreides would if Atreides didn't have a presence on the planet.
It's also possible Glenwood are the sect with the golden masks.
Which would mislead us completely.
Pablo kind of leans back in his chair, and Maria begins to speak, and she says, well, I think that we should probably take action, and Pablo kind of just like talks right over her, like almost in a way of trying to assert that he is his own individual. And he says, I think House Atreides will now be distracted with their new fiefdom over Arrakis. And so if we choose to lean on Glenwood, House Glenwood, I don't think that they'll have much time to hear out any complaints should Glenwood even decide to complain to them. So I think that's a fine choice to go ahead and see what we can do to reach out to Glenwood directly.
Can I whisper in his ear, you should listen to your mother, because that's why you're alive?
He kind of clears his throat and looks over and he says, I believe my blade and the training I've received, you know, the one that you found coated in blood, is the reason I'm still alive.
About himself. All right.
And he gives you like the stare down from like a 13-year-old. But a 13-year-old.
Well, I'm not going to kill him here, so.
Yeah. He won't kill you here either. Yet.
Yet.
So yeah, so and he looks and kind of looks around and says, you know, Jack, Gil, make sure that our defenses and guards are in place and that we have no one patrolling alone. I was made aware that we did deal quite the blow to House Corinthia, but after hearing of the death of their eldest heir, I can only assume that this Canley is far from over. So I would be prepared for any counterattacks that may be coming.
We're ready, your lord.
Then, what of the woman? Have we been able to determine any more information from the survivor of the ship crash? He kind of looks to the council members, waiting to see if anybody speaks up.
No, I don't think so.
Well, then I guess pursue the leads we have, and I will reach out to the contacts inside the Emperor's circle to see if they can give us any information further about the attacks that were made on us during our stay at his palace. And then with that, he kind of just snaps up out of his chair and begins to walk out.
Sounds like a plan. Alright, so we going to reach out to Glenwood then, I guess? What's the next plan?
Yeah. That'll be the next part of the plan.
So you guys can head over to their new planet if you would like, or you can send assets to communicate with them if you'd rather do it that way, and then get direct information back. It is up to you whether or not you'd like to do it from an architect play or a individual play role.
I think we should send assets to communicate with Corinthia, and we'll reach out to Atreides and see if their stories line up.
Okay, so you guys are going to, I guess you guys are going to send envoys to Atreides and Glenwood as well, or you're going to like try and just fly direct, or just try and get in direct contact with like a direct meeting with somebody from House Atreides.
Can you do like a political envoy to Atreides or to Glenwood?
I mean, you could.
Where
That's what I'm
there's
saying.
where there's less chance of getting into a fight or somebody killing each other.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could easily do a political envoy to either one, right? As both members of the House Landsrod. The thing is, though, is with House Atreides being a great house, you're probably going to be given audience with someone who is not high up the rung, so to speak. You know what I mean? So
I think
you won't be ignored, but you won't be like meeting with somebody who probably
would take it seriously.
Well, that has close connections with somebody in actual power.
Well, we've already got a connection to the Fremen through the Hatterack, so we could fly to Arrakis and see what we could find out about that. And that would give us connection with somebody low on the totem pole with the Atreides. We could send an envoy to the Glenwood.
Jack, John, you're on mute.
Oh, I apologize. My wife just got here, so I was talking
no
to her.
worries.
I don't know. What do y'all
apologize.
think? Should
What
we
was the
go to
question?
Glenwood or should we go to Atreides?
I mean, I would say
I think
Atreides,
that
but
we go.
that's just me.
Well, we can go to Atreides together, but we could get into a bad situation if we go there because these are kind of high-strung things. You're
Well, it's like you said, the
accusing them
Atreides
without
are already
saying-
kind of preoccupied with taking over stewardship of Arrakis, so I don't know that we would be getting caught up in any kind of intrigue there, but we may not get answers that we're looking for because we're not going to be talking to somebody who actually has the information that we're looking for.
I think we should go to
That's true.
Glenwood and send a political envoy to Atreides, and that way, at least if we get the conversation started, then maybe it reaches somebody. And
Yeah, I
then,
guess we
you know,
send an
follow
envoy
that
to
way.
touch base with them before we head to Arrakis if we decide to go there.
Agreed. And then at least that way, the next time we go in, if it's something that they're really concerned about or something that's really a big issue, not even a big issue, but an average issue to them, we could at least speak to somebody that would be kind of middling instead of bottom.
Okay. Yeah, I think
If
that's
that
a good
makes
idea.
sense.
So we'll go to Glenwood, send an envoy to the Atreides, and if we need to go to Arrakis to talk to them, we can. We can have the envoy reach out to the Fremen while they're there and ask about the Hatterack or whatever. Maybe they can give us some
They
information.
should talk
that we
about.
can
They should talk to the Fremen first.
unlock fucks your face.
Okay,
Yeah.
so all right, so the team is heading for the planet heading to meet with Glenwood on the planet Gen 2. And you guys are sending envoys and like assets to the Atreides. To what is their direction? Like, what information are they looking for there?
We want them to find out as much as they can about the gold cloaks on Agralos. I mean, I don't know. Who are the gold cloaks working for?
Again, I would just note, like I said, Atreides.
What information
would have
Atreides
only
have on
heard, right? Would have only heard information from the houses that they were, that reported to them from Agralos. As you guys noted, they were never on Agralos themselves.
Yeah.
But it's the houses they inherited. Which
Well,
could
it's just
lead
one.
something.
It was one inside of their reach, so it was basically a house that reported to Atreides.
Because on that one, you're basically trying to skirt. They're trying to basically skirt for information. We know Glenwood might be a more solid lead than just going to Atreides and trying to pull it out of a bottom level person.
Yeah.
So I guess what I was saying is I think speaking with your envoys who do these diplomatic things all the time, I would say their suggestion would probably be maybe to reach out to them and see if they can provide information from someone in their houses that were on Agralos or fiefdom that could provide information. And then if you guys wanted to at the same time, going ahead and going to Glenwood, so it's almost like a little bit of you know, ask for forgiveness later if you get your hand slapped, sort of thing, right? And
Correct.
then if you guys wanted to send, and then you guys are also sending uh, infiltrators and assets to Arrakis to gather information about the Haderach. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think that's how you kind of start the conversation, though, because they have the houses they've quote unquote inherited. Even if it's just a rumor, it doesn't mean that it's not true. Especially because the gold cloak, gold mask people right now, to us, we know they're real, but we don't really know any origin. We don't really know anything about them. So anything that we can find out would be positive for us.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, so you guys are making your way for Gentoo and House Glenwood. So as you guys come into, you guys are given audience with the House Glenwood. You're given audience with their diplomatic envoys as well as 2 members of their council. And as you guys approach, as I noted, the planet itself is a lush planet with significant amounts of water. They have a pretty advanced farming system that actually, it produces plants that are fully submerged underwater, including kind of like rice-like plants as well as other small like mussels and things that also grow and can be farmed in the shallow pools. And so as you guys approach, you're giving audience with their diplomatic envoy, Lincoln, as well as their Mentat, Timmelt.
Okay.
And so as you guys approach, or as you guys are ushered into the audience room, they both enter and address you guys and say, well, welcome to our nice little homeworld we have. We have not had a chance to formally meet yet. So I am Lincoln, and this is Timmelt, our Master Mentat. So what can we do for you guys today as far as your requests?
So, as a
Grab some
personal
water real
note,
quick. I'll be right back.
kind of noticed that they all have facial scars, facial enhancement. At least it looks like it. The one dude with the whole birthmark on the left side of his face, that's clearly an enhanced mandible. No one has that. And the other guy, he's just too pretty. So
Is that your professional
that's
opinion?
just a personal to professional opinion. I haven't let anybody know, but I can tell them later.
Okay.
But they clearly do have some of the same type of features as the guy that had the tattoo on his face.
Okay. Let me just note that down. Big McLarge shoes. Not a fan.
Well, I just think there's similarities. I don't know if they have anything to do with it or not. So we could be in the
Fair
right
enough.
place.
I'm correct. I'm correct in my assumption that we have more power than they do, right? In the pecking order of things, like we're.
You would, because you are under the wing of the Emperor.
Okay.
So like push comes to shove, since you guys are kind of like a fief to the Emperor, and they don't have a larger house backing them, you know. It would be a little embarrassing for you guys to have to run to the Emperor, but
Right.
ultimately, yeah, in the grand scheme of the political world, you guys are definitely above their weight class.
Okay.
Reasons.
So
What?
like, you know.
It's a boxing thing.
That was a joke.
Okay. She's like, I'm like, how's that? That doesn't make any sense. It's boxing, man. It's wrestling. It's wrestling.
Just a question. So when we saw the picture of the dude, when we were in like the hotel area, do we still have that?
You saw. You did not take a picture of him.
No, but the picture that you showed us earlier.
Oh,
The
I can show it to you again.
Well, no. Do we physically have it? Like in our group, does somebody have a picture? That picture.
No,
See,
that's what I'm saying. You didn't take a picture of him. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. Jace. Timmel kind of gives you like a head nod.
Yeah.
Like Mentat to Mentat, but doesn't really say anything else. Kind of lets Lincoln, the diplomatic envoy, take control. And so, after some small talk, he, again, just says, "So what brings you this way? What can we do for you all?"
Well, as you may know, I want to call it the Lestat again. Jesus Christ.
Lansrad?
There you go.
The government?
The vampire. See, like that's the thing. The government, vampires, it's all the same.
None of that makes any sense.
What?
What that you relate those to? Anyway, go ahead.
It makes perfect sense. Well, we were attacked at the Lance Rod, and we've traced back. One of the attackers to a planet called Argolas, which we know that your house was on, and that you were all relocated off, and we were hoping to get more information on any sect from that planet that worshipped. There seemed to be they were very involved in worshipping a mother of some kind and the king. And they wore gold masks
And robes.
facial marking, face tattoos.
I will say, give me a communicate roll, and anybody who wants to help can help by also giving me a communicate roll. And how the help works is you can roll 1d20. So use communicate, pick a drive. You can roll 1d20, so you have to adjust your slider down to 1.
Okay.
You can get a complication on the success, but you can also get successes to help. So
That is
your
one
call
on
if
the
you
full
want to help.
size.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's 1.
And I'm going to
2 is the successes needed.
Okay, Janud got
Do you
one.
want me? Oh, okay, I'll help you. I'll try to help you.
Janud got one success.
I gotcha.
and I will focus with interrogation on this.
Okay. So you're
interrogations don't have to be hostile. They can be regular.
okay. So I was about to ask. So
That's just
you
a
going-
conversation. That's not an
No,
interrogation.
I'm asking questions to a specific extent. I'm trying to extract information from them. It is an interrogation. This is like the when you're sitting down at the table with the cop and he's pretending to be your friend. This is that stage.
That's a pretend
Okay.
conversation.
I would say your neurolinguistics probably fits better here. Than
Okay, so
interrogation.
fine. I'm planting the idea in his head that I'm his friend and he wants to tell us everything. that he
Yeah,
knows.
you're kind of using the.
See, I was gonna go with that, and I was like, Chris will probably shoot that down, so I'm gonna go more with interrogation.
I agree.
Respect.
Interrogation requires one side to be on the defensive, in my mind. Otherwise,
I'd
it's
agree.
more of like a persuasion conversation. But you as the mentat can use kind of your intellect to control the conversation and do
Okay.
that with the neurolinguistics.
So it's
neurolinguistics.
communicate with duty, and the focus.
Okay. And you've already got the 2 successes, so
Oh, now I have 4.
that's all gravy on top.
But I thought we did it already.
Well, you did, but you just got 2 successes from the help. You didn't even make the roll yet, so
Ah.
you just got some momentum. So,
That That was 4 successes.
Yeah. So
Nice.
Peace out, bitches.
so you guys kind of see as oh, he actually did peace out. So you guys kind of see as you continue to describe this particular set, excuse me, the two of them continue to grow visibly more uncomfortable as you're having this conversation, and Lincoln looks over towards Tumult before answering your question, say, there was a group there that meets that description that showed up near the end of our time on the planets. I remember they were quiet, kept to themselves for the most part, but they could be aggressive when they were trying to get what they wanted. And he looks over to Tumult, and I struggle to remember what they were called. And Tumult's very just cold. It just blurts out, "The Specters."
Specters. Okay.
They were referred to as the Specters.
Do you have any information you could share with me on that?
I'm an innocent-looking doctor, so I actually just look like you have a professional course on.
Lincoln. Well, I don't know exactly what information you're looking for, but like I said, they began to kind of become more prominent as the houses left. I think there was some small groupings of them in some of the smaller fishing villages before, but they just I don't think they were ever really in much of a place to try and convince others. But as we were making our way off planet and beginning to prepare for our move, I would say something might have changed. They began to get much more popular. It could be now, given it's quite often that these planets that are waiting for death, cults have a way of finding them, and the people who normally only remain on these planets are the ones that are a little bit on the side of faith, and the death cults, they do have a tendency to pop up once the planets have been abandoned. But I'm not sure exactly what their goal was, but they were definitely expanding their recruitment as the more and more the population that left.
Understood. Do you know if they had? They kept mentioning mother this and mother that. Did they have anything to do, or do you know if the Bene Gesserit had anything to do with them, or?
I can't place anything. I haven't heard of anything like that. And like as he's uttering that, Tumult just once again, like almost like robotically, just says, "The Golden Mother." They often spoke and worshipped of the Golden Mother. And then Lincoln kind of gives Tumult a look like, like he wasn't planning on originally sharing that much information. But then Lincoln goes, "Oh, right. The gold. I think that was who ran who they all, I don't know, worshipped. Who was the religious leader? I don't know what you would call her. I don't know. I don't know if she was Bene Gesserit though. Outside of being called Mother, I never saw any. I don't think we've ever seen anything that would lead us to believe that."
I see. And I was poisoned. They put something. They used some kind of mind agent to apparently, from what the good doctor tells me, make me more susceptible
That
to
one?
mental suggestion for a time. Had you heard of anything like that, or people acting strangely as you were leaving? Any kind of thing like that? Like maybe they were trying to find like a chemical that mimicked the power of the Bene Gesserit?
It's possible. Like I said, we didn't really interact with them outside of the riots. I mean, there wasn't much interaction at all that I can remember between Glenwood and the Specters. And he kind of looks at Timolt and he's like, "Do you recall anything with that recollection of yours?" And Timolt, you see Timolt's eyes roll back in the back of his head, and his eyes start to flutter. And he says, I do not recall any indications of any type of poisoning or chemicals, but the Specters in the near end days of our time on Agalos did begin to use more technology. And I believe there was known to be Tlaxu members that continued to reside on the planet and were possibly working with the Specters.
Okay. Excellent. All right. At this point, that was all of the information that we needed. We were, as I said, we were, just curious about that and trying to track down, aggression against our house.
I do hope everything is okay.
At the moment, yes, we have things well in hand.
Okay.
At this point, Shanood's gonna metagame and ask if they wouldn't happen to be specters of spice and shadow.
No.
Well, fuck you then.
In case you missed it, the shadow obviously referred to the crashed ship.
Ah.
So, no. Good try.
Actually, I did miss that.
I did too.
Was the ship name the Shadow? Did we even know that?
Shadowcaster.
Oh, wow!
I opened the fucking campaign with a shadow reference, guys. You gotta get on this. I guess that means there's only one S left. Dum.
Spice.
Yeah. Anyway,
but we have the
Gotta
spice.
go to Arrakis.
Shadow.
That's right.
Go to Arrakis now.
Turn Arrakis, baby.
All right. So,
oh, by the way,
we got the 3 S's. We're done. All right. Okay.
Hey Trey, they re-released Dune again by RTS.
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
at this point, I'm going to I'll look over at Shanood and say, do you think that there's any business opportunities for this fine house?
I mean, I'm always open to smuggling.
Do we say that out loud?
Aquatic delicacies off planet.
Have you guys had any trouble moving goods off of planet or to other planets?
We haven't had any trouble per se, but we're always looking for new opportunities and to expand.
My rates are exceedingly reasonable.
Oh, well, all right. We could definitely discuss some business. I mean, I don't believe we currently reach out to that part of the Empire, so if you would care to, we could reach out, find out if there's any clients interested in the area, and maybe can use your services for delivering those goods.
Just let us know what goods you have that you'd like to move, and we can see if we can facilitate that for you.
We can do. We will be reaching out to you. In the future.
Do we have any of those spice packets left?
Did I use all of them to
I
bribe?
think you had one. I think you gave him 2. I think you had 1 left.
I'll give him my last spice packet. Thank you for the information, sir.
Yeah, you sex man.
Lincoln kind of leaves it on the table, but Tumult picks it up. Just, again, no social cues. Doesn't even try and be sly about it. Just picks it up and puts it in his jacket pocket. Thank you.
You're very
And
welcome.
all right. So, was there any other questions you guys wanted to ask?
No, I think we have. You know, we're is there a way that I can get Tumult alone to talk for a bit? Would that be?
I also think I think Gil should help you out as much as he can.
Okay. Gil, help.
I want you. Yeah, Gil
But
should
I'm a
definitely
soldier. How
help
am I-
Jace.
Am I helping Jace
I
out?
mean, you gotta help him.
Well,
You're not an idiot.
as you guys are like, the meeting is clearly adjourning and you guys are preparing to leave, Lincoln begins to leave, and you guys are kind of meandering around a bit and you're pondering this, Jace. Tumult actually kind of breaks away from Lincoln and turns back around, approaching you guys, and he clearly watches as Lincoln leaves before coming back, and he goes, "There was one other piece of information, strictly for Mintats to Mintats."
Gentlemen.
And then he kind of looks at the rest of the party. Again, no social cues.
All right. I know we're not wanted.
And then he waits for you all to leave.
I leave.
And then he
left.
he's
There's some sweet tapestry over here I'm going to take a look at.
oh, artwork, fancy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, look at
My man.
Can I draw your attention to this lovely urn?
like every walkway in this city is basically adjacent to a giant koi pond, so you guys have plenty to look at. Yeah. So as they get out of earshot, Tumult turns. He goes, "Lincoln does not want to risk any difficulties with the Tlaxu. So I was hesitant to state this, but they moved quickly in and began to build different locations around the planet once the Empire had given up their reign over the Agrilos. It was obvious to more sophisticated minds such as ours, and completely oblivious to other simpletons, that the rise of the Specters was obviously in some way connected, as the trajectory of their numbers growing and the number of locations that the Tlaxu were found in was too coincidental to be anything but connected."
Understood.
Okay then.
And then he says,
Check out these
What?
tapestries that Gus is pointing out.
"But I never spoke to you." And then he starts to turn to leave.
Janud will look over and say, "Yeah, you did."
Gil was the third witness on that one.
So Tumult stops, and Chanud is suddenly very cognizant of how much bigger Tumult is than Chanud.
Yeah,
And then
but
he
I've
keeps
got a
walking.
tiny little baby arm.
It grew back.
It does. He still thinks it's a baby arm.
Okay.
He's still getting used to the fact that he's got a regular arm again.
So
but he's
do I
very
know who the
disappointed
fuck
about
the
the strength.
Tlaxu are? Cause
Yes, you should.
okay. So I'll have to read up on that.
So, well, no, but also the Talaxu are you found those components that was originally in your the original wing that you guys were given. The spying equipment was Talaxu, as well as when you were given information from your blackmail contact, the people who were supposedly backing House Corinthia
Yes, Twilight.
for Canley was the Talaxu.
Ariels.
Well,
Not to mention also that you guys had a guess that the technology that was in the ship, the Shadowcaster that crashed,
was Talaxu.
was Talaxu.
So everything's turning up Talaxu.
So should you? Yes, there's a clear thread.
Well, you'd
Jace.
say if it tastes like,
Mentats,
it
mine.
smells
If it
like,
tastes like Talaxu and it smells like Talaxu,
it's probably
So what,
Aryan.
what
it's
would
probably me.
what would House
I'm
Persephone's
just fucking with you.
orbital bombardment capacities be?
Sorry, I didn't hear that one.
What would House Persephone's orbital bombardment capacities be?
For the lack of you not being a combat house, I would probably say minimal. I mean, if you're talking about like bombarding like a single area of a planet, you could probably accomplish that pretty decent. If you were trying to like bombard an entire planet or something
Well,
larger, then probably not.
As smugglers, we can't really have a huge footprint. Initially, anyway.
Well, see,
'Cause
my
otherwise, then
thinking
everybody's
is
defending.
Agrilos has already been marked for reclamation, so it's basically already been written off. Everybody that's moving off the planet's already gone.
To be clear, it has already been reclaimed. All of the houses are already off of it.
So,
but the
if we were to-
Twilaxu and the
right?
Specters are not on Agrilos anymore, or they moved off as well.
So
we don't know
mean,
that at the moment.
yeah, you haven't been to Agrilos, so you don't know. But what Tumult and Lincoln were saying is that they were moving in as the other houses were moving out.
Okay, so that's ostensibly, without confirming, but it's assumed that the Twilaxu and the Specters are on Agrilos still.
I mean,
Currently,
I think
that's
it's a
our
safe
best information,
Yes.
I think. Yes.
I think we should just blow up Agrilos.
I don't think we
Is-
blow it up. Let's
is-
go there, get some seafood, and come back. And then
is-
blow it up.
Talaxu is a house?
The
Twilaxu or
is
like
not
a
a house.
Yeah.
It is they're basically a group of they're like, you can think of them as a house, but they are not an official house of the Landsrod. They're basically like individuals who are on the rim world planets, so they're kind of like out on the edge of the Empire's reach.
They're a
And the
faction.
Talaxu, yeah, they're a faction effectively. And the Talaxu are oftentimes questioned because the technology they build comes very close to violating the, like, without getting too nerdy about it, there are like these laws in Dune which basically you can't make thinking machines due to the previous wars that
Sounds
the
a lot
thinking
like
machines
Warhammer.
raged. Yeah, so you
But
can't make thinking
Talaxu does
machines.
make them all the time.
They don't make thinking machines, but their technology gets very close, so they're oftentimes regarded as like heretics, basically.
They back their
and
doggy right
people
up
do
to
it.
the line, and they walk their doggy along the line, but they don't quite cross the line.
Officially, they don't
Correct.
cross the line.
Into
Officially,
thinking
yeah.
machines.
But also they are strong enough faction to where
They can take on big
the-
houses if they wanted to.
right. They're on a level of like a great house as a whole. Again, they're not formal like a great house, so you know, basically if you don't attack them directly, they're not going to form enough to attack you with their full might, right? They don't act like a house. But should the Empire start to move on the Talaxu, they do have enough power to put up a fight. So that's
And
why
do
they're kind
really,
of
really
allowed.
well.
Right. That's why they're kind of allowed to do their own thing.
Yeah, they've got a lot of secrets. Like a lot of their technology,
Like-
like how they produce their shit, is kept under close like guard. So if
They're
you're not
all-
Twilaxu, you don't really know how their tanks work and all that shit.
Also, kind of similar to you guys, they're kept around because a lot of the houses use them off the books. So they have a lot of technology that other houses like to use, but they don't want to, they don't
They won't
openly
admit it.
Right. But they keep them around. for that.
Talaxu are
They-
actually a really strong type of opponent. If you're trying to
They
fight them.
produce like perverted versions of what the other factions make. Like the Bene Gesserit and the Mentats, they have Tleilaxu versions of those, but they call them twisted Mentats. Like they're fucking sadists and they specialize in like torture and shit like that usually.
Yeah. So
People go to the Tleilaxu to get shit when they've been banned or barred from getting shit through legit channels.
they make shit like Sook doctors who tear off people's faces.
Yeah.
You read
They're-
my quotes.
they're
you
kinda
read
like
that.
pirates.
It's not the dream, all right? It's fun.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so anything else you guys were looking to do on Glenwood? Did you want to? Was there something else you wanted to yell out? A question to Timolt as he's leaving.
like
No, I think I'm
turtles.
good.
Good.
I like turtles.
All right. Good. So I'll say
Yeah, I think we're good.
as you guys return back to Elysium, the convoys that you sent out have also returned. As you guys suspected, there was not much information that came from your envoy to the Atreides, except for the fact that the Atreides do not mind if you reach out and speak to Glenwood directly. So go ahead and do that. As in regards to your the envoys and the information seekers that you sent to Arrakis, they do come back, and they inform you that there is a group of locals out there that do have mentions of a Haderach. They call him the Kwisatz Haderach, and he is some off-world savior who is supposed to come and turn their world back to green. He's supposed to turn the Dune planet back to being a non-desert planet. But that's about all they could find. Two of the individuals that they sent to gather information from the locals never returned and are presumed dead because they were out in the deep desert.
Claim their water. Alright, so I guess next goal, we just need to go bomb the fuck out of Agralos and kill as many Tleilaxu and serpents as we can, specters.
But I think we should try to do it as unnamed.
No, I want them to know that we're fucking them up. I think we should put Stark Industries on all of
I have
our
a
bombs.
reputation to uphold. As the greatest doctor in the world, in the universe.
Or hey,
So-
you know what? Fucking Jack has his voice modulator thing. Apparently he's a god among these people. Maybe we can just land in one of the villages and tell them to go and commit genocide on their neighboring village, and it'll just spread across the planet and they'll all kill each other.
We could do that, and we could use the drug that I synthesized and use the radio waves that were supposedly to help control us. We can put that into the bombardment.
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's go down there and tell them all to kill each other.
Because
it'll be like Africa all over again.
Well, if you nuked Africa right now, you'd send them 200 years in the future, so it's fine.
Jesus Christ.
But no, say we bombarded them, and we could fill whatever we're bombarding them with that type of poison, but we were able to vaporize it. We could bombard the planet as well with the radio.
Hey, you know what? We wouldn't even have to fucking poison them. We could just put it in a vaccine, and we could tell them that if they want to be able to fish off the coast, they've got to be vaccinated.
Oh, that's true too, because that's how the world works in real life.
Fuck yeah.
So no, I think though bombarding them using what we've found from the gold mask, gold cade people, we could take control of small regions and grow it from there on that planet until we're satisfied of where it gets to.
I think that's a good idea.
Because we can
So are we going on
we
a
can-
long campaign against these guys, Not just like a stealth hit or
No, dude,
like just
dude.
obliterate
Hey,
the family.
John,
We're going a long campaign.
John, montage.
There you go. Montage, baby.
Even Rocky had a montage.
Just do a
It seems like more time has passed if you fade out into montage.
2-year time skip. Spectre's gone.
Yes.
Campaign done. I will not.
No, but I agree. I agree with Trey's. I agree with Trey's plan to bombard them, but I don't think just killing them is that. I think it's we bombard them. We use the technology that was used against us when we were defending young Pablo. We can actually pull that planet together to our advantage in a different way.
Yeah, we just have them plant poppy fields and we can just start exporting heroin.
Agreed.
I
mean,
is this plan
as we were wont to
is this
do.
plan being run by anybody else or just gonna keep it internal?
I mean, I haven't heard any. I haven't heard any discrepancies here. So
Just the indiscriminate bombing of possibly Talaxu members, which we just discussed, or
yeah, but they're all
probably
getting
not to be
infected,
fucked with,
and then we're bombing the entire planet with radio waves, which makes it so that we can control what they were doing. The only reason we didn't get controlled is because we were able to take them out before they were able to control us.
I know what we do. We can use a booster to expand my Ixion damper to cover the entire planet so that they can't radio for help. How many momentum points would I need to spend for that, Chris?
Okay, so I want to use. I would like to
some
use
determination work.
Yeah, I would like to use one determination to automatically success on wiping out everyone on Agrilos. Thank you.
No, we're not wiping them out. We're just controlling them the same way they tried to control us.
Yeah, I would like to determination point away all the things involved in developing technology to control everyone on the entire planet. Yeah, no problem, guys. I would not to metagame too much, but you did send people to Arrakis to recover information for a specific purpose.
No, they're just, casualties. It's a war.
Okay. But I do like.
John McCain didn't care. Why should I?
I don't even know what the fuck to do with you guys at this point. Jesus. All right, so getting close to wrapping it up here, but back on Elysium, information in hand from Arrakis, information in hand from Glenwood. What is the plan? I guess is it bombardment? Is that where you guys are moving to? Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Right now it's just Trey and I
moving in that direction.
Well,
Gus and the others. We need to. What are your opinions? What do you want? What do you want to do?
I'm good with whatever you guys want to do. I just want to kill some people. So Jack's just training up the house, figuring out what you guys want to do.
Blade sharpening montage.
Well, here's the thing: is John doesn't care, but the thing is even if we do this and then Talaxu actually figure it out, it's going to become a battle anyway. It really comes down to methodology. Are you okay with doing it this way, or would you rather do it another way?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, Talaxu have already declared war on us when they backed the fucking Corinthians, so fuck them.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
We also need to figure out what we're gonna do about Corinthia. Hey, John, I just posted your montage in.
So yeah, Gus, what do you think? Gus, what's your opinion? Do you want to do it or do you not want to do it?
Such a good movie.
It really is.
Fucking commando.
You're on mute, Gus.
Remember when I said that I was going to kill you last? I lied.
Bennett. All right, so we got 4 people for the burn it.
Oh God.
We're about to get into a full-on war.
War.
You don't like it, Jim? Give us your piece. Why not get into the full-on war?
I never
War
deserve
never
my
changes. War never changes.
Because.
All right,
Gus,
solid
we need
snake.
your input. You got to be in here. You're the man.
Yeah, I never deserve my post, so I'm majority rules.
Calais is way.
I like it.
Way different than open warfare.
Nice job, Trey. We're doing it.
And we don't want to kill the people in the population who have nothing to do with this. We still have to protect our own house and our own reputation and standing. Bombing an entire planet is probably going to be frowned upon.
But the
Unmarked
population
bombs.
that didn't have anything to do with it has already been reclaimed, so
No one really owns them.
kind of
They've
guilty
been-
by association, right?
Correct.
I mean, there are still other people on the planet that may or may
fuck
not be
'em.
associated, but it's much smaller than a normal populous planet.
So
You're
Yeah,
down-
you
you're
know
down-
how it works. Hamas shoots
you're-
a rocket from a school, we blow up the whole fucking school.
You're
That's just
you're
what
now
happens.
you're now talking like millions on this planet versus billions that are on a normal like Dune populous planet.
Well, there you go. We're only killing millions of people versus
Oh.
billions.
okay.
I mean, that's like a fucking discount day at
am I
Walmart.
the lone voice of reason right now?
We're waiting to hear it, buddy.
Okay.
That's why we're waiting for you,
All right,
buddy. Because
Chris, I
Gus,
tried.
Gus and John are
I
all
tried.
in the war. Gus and John are all about the majority, which currently is just Trey and I.
So I can't wait till this ragtag group like goes to the family to propose this plan.
Hey,
Here's my
This is what
question.
we want.
we
Is
are
there
the
any honor
guardians
in
of
this?
the galaxy, okay?
Is there any honor in this?
So
Absolutely. We're killing Tlilaxu. We're killing the
So-
people that attacked us.
So Trey,
Millions?
what we really want to do,
Millions.
Genocide.
what we want to do,
Believe me, if they
You kill
all
us,
could have been
genocide.
if they all could have been on Corin, they all would have attacked us.
how
It's
how
obvious.
Big, how big
That's
is
how
an
the Tlilaxu
explosion?
are. They're a singular mind.
Yeah.
How big is the explosion when you fire
Not-
a las gun at a shield?
Oh, that's a good idea. I got an idea. We got that Holtzman drive, right? If we can just crash it into the planet and open a black hole right in the middle of the planet, maybe it'll suck the whole planet in.
That's actually a good idea. Then we don't have to worry about anything, and there's no war crimes because a black
There
hole
you
can come
go.
from anywhere.
That's total
A
accident.
black hole can come from anywhere.
It's all
Yeah.
right, guys. By the time this plan is firmed, it will have passed 1,200 years, and the planet will be gone. So no need to worry. I have full faith. So, all right. Like I said, starting a little late, but did you guys want to take any information that you found out from Arrakis and attempt the distrans?
Sure. What information did we find out from Arrakis?
Was that your guys' plan, or
What's the information?
just? I mean, you guys were just looking for the passcode for the distrans.
Yeah, we were trying to find
provided
out
you
what the passcode was for Haderach. I think all we found out was Kwisatz Haderach, and it's supposed to be an off-world savior, but I don't know. I guess we could take that information and try to question the lady.
I'm throwing it out there. I'm trying not to metagame too much. I'm just asking
Yeah.
about that. That was what you guys had planned originally.
Yeah.
So that was all. I
Well,
was
let's
saying.
try that.
Let's do the original plan. Let's go with that. Jim spoke to us through his heart. We're gonna just do the original plan.
No, I
I'm
still
the
want to
one-
blow up Agralos.
I mean, I do too, but I don't want to blow it up. I just want to take them over mentally, and let them destroy themselves.
I'm surprised you don't.
Oh, I
wanna,
thought there was more to that sentence.
I'm
Nope.
surprised. I'm surprised, Aaron. I would think you would want them all to be like in good enough condition that you could harvest faces and brains.
Well, the thing is
I
that
mean-
if we get there soon enough, after we take control, whether they kill each
Alright.
other, then I can harvest anything that I need, and we don't have to be responsible because technically the footprint of the poison that I synthesized is the same as the gold mask gold row people. So the difference would the only thing that would be put on us is nothing. It's the same thing.
Foolproof.
All right, so we now have three separate ideas for blowing up this planet. One is to bombard it from orbit. Two is to try and suck it into a black hole of our making, and the third is to, I guess, aerosolize the poison and just do bio warfare. Is that what we're doing now?
No, okay.
Pretty
Here's
much.
what we need to
Well,
do with the
here's
poison.
the thing: the bio warfare would literally come back on the
What
people
kind
that
of warfare?
originally, the boyo would originally come back on the people that stabbed Jace and
Well, no,
Trey.
here's what you need to do. You need to take the poison and you need to add the cleavage site from a bat from central China, and then it'll
I'm
become
not
so
going that far.
contagious that they'll just spread it across the entire planet in like 3 or 4 weeks. And it'll have like a 99.7% survival rate, but everybody will get it anyway, and then we can create just such a tumult, such a panic, such a pandemic panic that everyone will take a vaccine that we put the poison in.
Be really honest. It sounds familiar. I'm not really sure what sci-fi you guys taking this from, but
Okay. From now on, I think we need to start wearing red robes with sashes,
swastikas.
and just start calling ourselves the Spanish Inquisition because we are apparently.
I do.
But I'm not talking about like the real Spanish Inquisition. We are way more Monty
Look,
Python.
bitch, you can bring your Mayflower wherever you want. It's fine.
I'm. All right.
So, at this point in time, I have lost all control, so I'm not even going to try. I'm going to call it.
Thank you.
So
Wait, you had control?
I didn't. I never tonight. I don't know what happened tonight.
Gus joined. He's just
It's all
he,
Gus's
stirs the
fault.
pot.
Something happened, Gus. I blame you. You made everybody go crazy.
Thank you.
And yeah.
We're trying to usher him in slowly.
This is
Were you? Was this slow, Aaron? This was slow.
It's about as slow air gets.
So, real quickly, 2 points of questioning. Well, 3 really. The 20th, are we shooting for the 20th or are people busy for our next session?
I think I can do the 20th.
I should be home. Yeah, because
Like always, I'm available.
I'll
I'm
be
good on the
home,
20th.
'cause I'm
Anybody?
coming home on Thursday, so yeah, I should be available.
Okay, so I'm going to book us down for the 20th.
Wait,
Secondly,
when is the Cthulhu one?
that's next week.
Next Friday.
That's Friday.
Shit.
Secondly,
Okay.
I need you guys to give me some kind of, not a 30-minute rendition of fucking bombardment plans, but just some sort of direction of where you are planning to go so I can at least try and prepare something for next session.
I mean, I think
Are
we
we
need
not
to take
clear?
the Wuhan lab cue here and
Wuhan
make this
doesn't-
motherfucker
Wuhan does not
communicable.
exist in Dune. It's a new Han.
Okay, if they had
New
this
Ha.
technology,
New
if they
Ha.
had gain of function research on Earth like 30,000 years ago, we've got to have something similar in the Dune future. Okay,
There's way worse. There's like the Omnimus plague. That
we got the
AI
Delticron. It's
Alright.
the Delticron version.
No, we're going down. We're going down again. Not that. Yes, thank you.
Trey is crushing you, and I love
Thank
it.
you, Jim.
Jim is dying. Jim,
So
here, right?
He just smashed his head on the table.
Oh, I thought he was anorectic and was throwing up.
So it sounds like the party is leaning towards open architectural warfare against the entire planet of Agralos.
That's where I'm headed. Yes.
Well, it sounds worse when you say it out loud.
Okay, well, we'll see how that goes.
I mean, when you put it that way, yes, it sounds bad, but I am just trying to establish a new global world order on Akralos. These people at the end of my plan will own nothing and they'll be happy about it.
All right, well, seeing as how we're rehashing back to the previous conversation, I'll just call it there.
All right.
And I'll state that probably Pablo won't be all for open warfare. Just going to throw that out there. 2.
All right, seriously,
also-
so seriously,
all
what
of
are
you
we
have to
planning to do
remember-
next session?
Pablo
I think
and I are
we do need
obviously
to go. We do need to go to Agralos.
Yeah.
And we need to figure out what is going on with Hatteras and the
threat.
fishing situation.
and the the info box.
I mean, we've got a picture. I'm assuming that the woman that was in the photos is their
wait a minute, wait a
golden
minute, wait a
mother
minute,
or whatever.
Wait, hang on. What's the we have the coordinates for Agralos now, right?
Correct.
In the
We got coordinates off of the Shadowcaster, but I thought those were for Arrakis. We can compare it to Agralos and see what it looks to.
You know it's for a planet. You've never
Yeah.
compared it to,
Right.
and you've compared it
So-
to your planet. That's it.
Yeah.
So we want to check Agrilos too.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, last but not least, one follow-up session question. I feel like this one was a little bit hectic. Not gonna lie. Do you feel like there was not enough direction, or do you guys feel like it wasn't all over the place as much as I do, or?
It was all over the place.
Okay.
I feel like you gave us enough rope to hang ourselves
sleep?
with, but you kept us moving you kept us moving from scene to scene as was
what?
necessary.
Okay,
Okay.
so you guys don't feel like too much direction was given, I guess. is
No,
what
no.
I'm asking.
I
Okay.
feel like we were pretty good this time.
We
were
had good
teetering on the
we
edge
had
of-
good choices, but it's
Teetering
all
Yeah,
on
we're,
the
we're
edge.
right on the
Enough.
edge of oblivion, but I feel like
Yeah.
we didn't quite step
I-
over the void into
I
fucking-
can't do
so
anything
I up-
about this party walking the edge, because that's where this party lives. Or fucking live on the
So
edge.
I updated my statements, but I did not update my focuses. So let's get together this week, and then I'll get
Okay,
together.
can
I'll
do.
Figure out
And-
what we can do with focuses.
And then Gus, I apologize about the hecticness of this session. You came in kind of on like the end of a previous kind of big action, as you could tell. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on the Discord or anything. We can set up a time over the next couple of weeks to kind of sit down and discuss. Maybe if you want to look for like maybe a little bit more direction for Gil to kind of flesh him out a little bit and provide some, chances to jump in on stuff. I thought you did a great job. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
no complaints. But also, if you feel like we're railroading you, feel free
No.
to jump in more. You know what I
No,
mean?
no.
So
You were,
Yeah.
as my first game master, you did a very good job, and I had a lot of fun. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
okay, no problem.
Cool.
And like I said, I will normally poke and prod everyone to try and jump in with the role playing, but don't ever feel like you have to. So
That's great. Thank you.
if you don't want to, don't worry about it. So
I
No, it was perfect.
personally felt like it went fine on my behalf. I felt like those sections went fine. Everything was good. But yeah, I had fun.
I think you should use the voice mod and everyone.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, when Jack's in combat,
Okay, this is like metagaming and a little bit out there, but I really can't wait for Jack to run up with his voice modulation intimidation against an actual against like an actual Bene Gesserit who has the voice. It's gonna be very entertaining. You're on
Wow,
mute.
you're gonna be facing off on the voice. Jesus.
You're on mute, John.
No,
Oh,
I
I
think
can
that it
barely
was
hear
so
you.
loud
Yeah.
that Zoom was cutting his audio.
He was. He is that loud.
Said, I have your place. That bitch ain't gonna be able to talk to me.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right.
We'll see.
I'm
All right,
gonna
guys.
peace out. I gotta go to the
GG's.
bathroom.
Yeah.
I love you guys. You're insane.
Gotcha. Love you.
Shut up,
So
John.
can you give this to Trey for next week? Because I mean, I feel like we need this. Just like every time we get an insanity point, it's just gonna be like you hear a
Cthulhu next
voice.
week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
All right.
John,
It'll
you want to
be
play a couple
Giles.
Overwatch or you want to play a couple Overwatch or
I think
Call of Duty?
Giles is
Yes.
jumping in.
Chris, fuck
Yeah.
Putin is going to be playing with us as well,
Okay. Cool.
All right.
which we played with on COD.
Good night,
Yeah.
guys.
Good night, sweet
Good
Good
night,
dreams.
night, Jim. Jim, you're the man. I love you, buddy.
Gus, were you interested in playing Cthulhu with us next Friday?
Actually, I can't do next Friday,
Okay.
but I'll be here on the 20th.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Fantastic. Well, we're excited to have you again for second session.
All right, cool.
Second session is the biggest hurdle. As soon as we can get them to 2, locked in. It's done.
Nice. Perfect.
So yeah.
It
All
starts
right.
to make more sense too, and like your character starts to have like click more.
Right,
At least
right.
it did for me. So
I mean, it takes all of it. I mean, I didn't really get into it until last session anyway. So.
All right. So
And then everybody
those of
realized
you that
my
are coming to
psycho-
Cthulhu next Friday, take a look in the Cthulhu thread on Discord at the characters. I think Aaron and John, y'all have already picked some, but Chris
When
and
you,
Jim, I posted 6 characters in there. I think we're gonna have 6 players.
When you asked us to come with a backstory, though, how deep do you want that?
literally just 2 or 3 lines. It's just a
Okay,
shared weird experience that your character had with their significant person, whoever that ends up being. I don't think you or John have someone else who's picked the other half of your significant character yet, but
That is correct.
yeah, if everybody can go ahead and pick their characters up front, that'll be less stuff we got to do at the start of next session, and we can just jump right into the game.
Have you talked to Giles yet about?
No, I have not.
Okay. He usually can play video games Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Okay.
And next weekend and all next week he has open. So maybe the following week. So maybe Tuesday or Thursday you could have a one-off with him, or jump into Discord and have the conversation. That way he could kind of go through it a little bit with you, and that'll probably help him out a lot.
Okay. I sent him an invite to the games and stuff server, I guess.
He joined it.
Yeah, he's super interested in playing. He even asked me if I could work him into my campaign. So, and I told him I could be able to, but I don't think he wants to do a full like
a recurring schedule.
Well, yeah,
thing.
he doesn't want to.
He can't really have a commitment thing because he doesn't even know his own time schedule.
Yeah.
Well, right, but if it's something him and his girl got into, they'd want to play more. So.
Yeah, no, I got that. I'm gonna try because there's a bunch of scenarios for Thulu.
He's a girlfriend
guy.
guy.
Just one-offs.
Sure.
But they can probably.
Are we ever going back to the other one?
D&D?
Fuck yeah, we better.
Yeah.
Yeah. After I run this Cthulhu one-off, and then once Chris is done with his Dune campaign, we'll go back to D&D.
Brennis has to come back. I have to know how the story ends, even if it's just him dying.
And there, Gus, were you looking to get in on our D&D game?
You're muted, Gus.
When do you guys usually do that?
It's
Same exact thing we're doing now.
Oh,
it'd be bi-weekly.
Every other Friday at 9 p.m. your time.
Yeah, I'll keep going.
We play D&D most of the time, but sometimes we throw in other games just to kind of break up the
monotony.
And
the monotony.
Honestly, Gus, for me personally, D&D is a little easier to get involved with because it's more like you actually have a character. There's specific combat, whereas this is more theater of the mind, so it's a little bit different.
There's less ambiguity.
Yeah. But this is also really cool and interesting, and it's the political side, which is interesting. Apparently, we're going to do genocide. But D&D is a little bit more nuanced, and you get to build a character and stuff, so it's RPG elements. It's a lot of fun. I think you'd like it. I think you're going to like it all, dude.
Yeah, I'm in. Let's do
it. Yeah.
And also, now you're a D&D nerd.
2 quick things. I think Jim's already on board, but I don't think genocide's going to happen, guys.
I don't think it's the way to go, boys.
So, may have to come up with a different plan.
Long-term genocide.
My plan wasn't genocide, so that's part of it.
Fair enough.
Is that fair? I don't think that's fair.
But 2, also on a time frame note, I think as we get into the Agrilos portion of the game, it'll probably be only like another 3 sessions.
Also, for the record, the girl that I sent home called me and said she wants to hang out tonight, but I can't because I'm busy.
Oh wow! We didn't get the Uber this time. Nice.
I keep pushing her off. I just keep pushing her off, and she's like, "It's fine."
Yeah. So assuming,
look, I got a sunset retractable awning. Get out of here.
So assuming we keep like a pretty standard schedule, I think we'll probably end up finishing up in June. Just throwing that out there for you, Trey.
Cool. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm good to go with next chapter of D&D.
And like I said, because I didn't want.
Depending on how it goes, like I was talking about with Trey, probably the 3rd week of June until probably the end of July, I'm not gonna have any Fridays.
Yeah, Aaron's gonna be in Japan for a month or so.
Well, you may miss the climax of the story, but.
All right, he's used to missing climaxes.
That's what I've heard.
It's not missing if you do it willingly.
I think, is there like little bios for these characters, or is it just what you kind of typed up?
Yeah, so you've got the personal tab, and then you've got their skill tab. So the personal tab tells you like what their backstory is, their significant place, significant person, things like that. And then the skill tab tells you what their skill set is.
That's
the reason I picked my guy.
Yeah, there's two. There's 2 for each. I posted them in pairs. The pair that you look at, those characters know each other and have like backstory connections, but everybody works for the Jack Malone character.
Gotcha. Okay.
The reason I picked mine is 75 charisma. That's the only reason I picked him.
I think I
There's
want to
no
be
charisma stat.
There is on the when you if you look at it, there is a charisma stat.
I mean, there's an appearance stat.
So let's see here. Reginald Montgomery. Charm. Sorry, not charisma. Charm. Sorry. Charm is 75.
That's a
That's the
skill.
reason I picked him. That's why I picked him, because I'm the man.
Right, yeah,
question
I
it.
would urge
It's
you,
all logic.
rather than looking at their stats and their skills, look at their personal page and see what their
I did.
backstory is.
I'm into it.
Every character has a mania
Look, he's kind of
slash
insane.
phobia that will probably end up making its way into the game. I expect one, if not all, of your characters to end with some form of insanity.
Well, I'm
And,
imposter syndrome, so
it should be interesting.
I could be you. You could be me. I'll never know until I get hit.
There you go.
I am 100% in for Charles, just because of this one line. I believe there is an evil in society that should be rooted out.
Are you gonna be Chuck Bell? There you
Fuck
go.
yeah, man.
Did
Dark-
you read
Dark
Chuck's
Innocence is
other
right.
traits?
I did, yeah. I read his like bio sheet. I didn't read the stats, but who cares about stats?
So now we
So-
have a person on each line. And we gotta figure out who's gonna partner with who.
I'm totally showing up as just a slob too, which is like no different than how I normally show up. But
I think Carly's supposed to be playing, so I'll probably end up changing one of the characters over to a female. But I think we've only got 6 players, so that should be good.
And then Giles can look. Well, make sure we mark who's already been taken, so Giles can read through the ones that are not taken, and he can
Okay.
pick the one that he wants to pick.
Okay.
If that makes sense, it
Yeah,
would
I
be
got
just
you.
easier for him.
I guess when you pick your character, go ahead. Okay, so I'll go ahead and update which characters are taken, and then everybody else can choose from the remainder.
Correct.
also, whoever picks Howard Phillips, I'm totally gonna just like pretend like I'm not their friend, even though I'm tagged with him, because it says.
I mean, their name is Howard. So.
It says Howard Phillips has been my closet friend since an early age.
Oh
Totally just gonna,
God!
like-
Oh God!
Totally just gonna like be
Is
like,
that's a typo?
it's supposed to be closest.
Is
Yeah.
it a,
Oh, it does
is
say
a
closest.
closet
My
typo?
bad.
There you go.
I was gonna say
Closet
closest.
typo?
I was gonna say closet. I'm just gonna stick with it. He's my closet friend. We hung out in closets. This improves this only improves the character tray. All right.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm in for Chuck. I'm super excited. I want to get crazy. Let's do it. So
Alrighty.
other than that, guys, I think I'm out. I got family coming in tomorrow, so
All right. Yeah. Take it easy, buddy.
yeah. See you guys. It was fun. See you next.
Thanks so
time.
much.
See
See
you
you,
next
buddy.
Hey,
week.
buddy.
Yep. See you.
Are you done, Trey?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the sack. I got a lot of cleaning. I gotta cut the grass and shit tomorrow. We got people coming over Sunday.
You don't want to
from
play a
others
couple
that-
over? You bought Overwatch and you haven't even played it with us yet.
Yeah, I'll get to it eventually. I've had a lot of shit going on the last couple of weeks, especially prepping for this fucking Cthulhu game.
That's true. You've been putting a lot of time into that. You did build 8 profiles or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I was telling Chris earlier, the module I'm running is the first module that was ever written for the game. It was written back in 1981, so you've got 30 years of handouts and like professionally made fucking newspaper clippings and shit like that go into, handing out clues for the mystery and
that's
everything for
cool.
everybody to solve.
Oh shit.
And there's so many options to choose from. I've just been looking through fucking mountains of, do I want to go with this newspaper clipping or do I want to go with this one that looks a little bit more weathered, shit like that. So I feel like we've got a good.
I do like the
kind of
storyline
mystery
you're going with,
on.
though, the more H.P. Lovecraft type of thing. I think that's actually a really cool transition compared to what we've been playing for D&D or Dune or anything like that.
Yeah, so this the setting is 1920s America. I think the game's set in 1924, but the group works for a private investigative agency. You all work for Jack Malone, who's a World War I veteran, but everybody has their own kind of little specialties and their own associations, like different organizations they're associated with. I think you've got Boston Globe, Miskatonic University, and then the military. But
Correct.
you're each going to go to your different specialized organizations to conduct research and stuff. It's a haunted house kind of mystery, so you're going to be digging up information on the Corbett house and shit like that, and trying to find out what's behind all the strange goings on that happened there. And
I was more
it should be pretty
excited for
fun.
my character just because you had two different scenarios. It was the Mystic University and then against Catholicism.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be able to play both sides just to try to keep my sanity. And I thought that was fun.
Yeah. So there's the game system is kind of similar to what we're playing now. It's all percentage based, and you're trying to roll low. With the exception of sanity, if you have to make an insanity check, the higher your intelligence is, the more likely you are to go crazy. So it should be pretty interesting. But yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and hit sec. You guys have a good night, and
Good night, buddy. I'll see you next time.
next Friday.
Yes, sir.
All right, later, guys.
See
Are
you,
we
boy.
jumping into GWF?
I don't know what GWF is.
Gaming with friends.